or will we?
I'm alive.
If the live decides to go live, here we go.
I do or die. I'm alive. Do or die. I'm alive.
Do you know who you people are? You're usually lucky because you got me, Bev, and Asria. Look at the lineup, you lucky people. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the Sean Atwood channel. Sean's away out with his parents, so we're going rogue tonight on this channel. We're taking it all the way. We're taking it all the way to tomorrow. So I just want to say, how are you all? It's Thursday. Beverly Roads, you looking fabulous, right? We're sporting our matching side slicks. How are you? Tell me how you're doing. Tell me how you've been. I've not seen you since Sunday. You might say Sunday for me is a bit of a blur.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But Sunday was a good show. We did our double act, you know, Ron. We did our comedy duo.
Yeah,
awesome,
people
dude.
love it, man. People love it, right? People absolutely love it, right? Because it's a great dynamic. You're a great lady. We have a lot of fun. It's good times. It's good times. But look, as per usual, you being the incredible main host of this show, the wonderful guests that we have lined up for tonight, I'm excited to hear all about them. And of course, we've got the wonderful Asria, okay, who is our in-house pink lady. How you doing? You okay? You're all right.
Yeah, having a great week. Thanks, Ron.
Okay, we're just going to. Okay, so Beverly, tell us a little bit about what is going on tonight. The title, Color Magic. We've got all kinds of things going. We've got our friend. So we know we've got some
amazing. Yeah. So first things first, I want to congratulate Asria for being on the TikTok and getting her peoples on TikTok following up, and we're nearly at 1,000. So congratulations. Eventually, when she gets 1,000 followers on TikTok, we can do some lives, but we're not there yet. And I also wanted to say thank you to our two new guests. We have Neha, who's going to talk about color magic. Thank you for being on, Neha.
Neha's got a guest, right? Neha's been here before, right? Or about tripping balls. Neha's been here before, right? Yeah.
Yes. And we have a brand new guest today, Naomi, who is known as Sky Spirit. Known as Sky Spirit for a reason, because she spiritually channels amazing artwork for oracle cards.
She's the oracle card lady.
She's the oracle card lady. Yes, she is.
Yes. Like and share. The oracle ladies here. All right. We've got Neha back. We've got the oracle card. I'm pointing to the wrong people, but get like and share. That's what you better like and share.
Absolutely. Okay. So we're going to kick off tonight's show with the lovely Asria, who's going to give us all the downloads on the celebrities. And then we have our James, who was chosen to be given a level 1 session, who will be joining us when the time is right. And Asria has done all sorts of work based on his birth date. And James gave his permission directly to Asria, saying, yes, please, I would love to understand what DNA is in my DNA. And there we go. So that's where we're starting. Then we will move to Color Magic with Neha. And during that, straight after that, we are going to be talking to the lovely Sky Spirit about how she channels all her amazing drawings and artwork for the oracle cards. But in the meantime, if we get questions directed to our panel, we'll be answering those as well. So that's the lineup for tonight, everyone.
Well, also, Ron's got the phone in working, right? So we can have a phone in section because we are implicating 1980s technology into 2025. People, it's a phone in. If you want to be part of it, I'll get you a link. There's no link right now because I forgot to make one, and I definitely didn't forget to send James a link. He'll be joining us later.
I've done that already. I did that. I sent James. I sent to James the link, so James knows to come on, sort of more or less straight after the celebrities that have been done, so that James can see his own reading.
You're a bloody legend. Do you know that? Like, because it's been a nightmare for me this week, and you've just kicked some butt, Miss Beverly Rhodes. I have to say, you are freaking out.
I'm glad you're back safely.
You always
glad you're back safely. Thank goodness for that.
So we're handing over to the wonderful Asria.
To Asria.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. So as you saw on the thumbnail, I was asked to look into Will Smith and Kim Kardashian. And as some of you know, that I'm not necessarily a big celebrity fan, but with a slight change in Will Smith, I must confess I was a fan in my youth.
Oh, hang on.
So I do know a little bit more about him than I have known.
We've got some weird interference coming through.
Oh,
did you all hear that? Or is that you all heard that, right? Yeah, okay, thank God. And it's gone now, right?
Yes,
I do have a little spy in my room in regards to a fly.
No,
that could
it was like
be.
MI6 was checking in on Beverly Rhodes there. Like Homeland Security was like, we better check in on Beverly Rhodes, see what she's up to, make sure she's keeping a lid on it. All right. It was like one of those sounds. So if we can all mute our mics for this, just to prevent that happening again, that would be awesome. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Asria, please. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all good. Thanks, Ron. So with the wonderful Will Smith, he was very, very interesting character to look at, because as soon as I started dialing into his energies, now we're not necessarily going to go down the malevolent route, but certainly it really surprised me that there was a snake type energy and frequency that I was getting as soon as I started to dial in there. And with some time it took to actually confirm that it was one of these sort of lizard beings. Now I'm hoping that my time with AI has proven fruitful in regards to the type of images that are now coming forward, because it was very much of that grey rather than green that you would normally kind of expect. So I think with this more benevolent kind of energy that I was getting from him, that was very much in his early years. So because we look, obviously time is linear, so where I was looking at his DNA, it was across his lifetime. And I also feel very strongly that with it being more of a reptilian type of lizard type person, I think that's why maybe he's been brought into kind of like that acting Hollywood kind of community, because he has that certain vibration. I also feel that with him, it is the kind of way, I mean, if you to look, say, for example, at his house is in an area where there's greenery right the way around it, but then it kind of goes into a desert type environment. And I think that's where he would feel very much at home, being that type of being. Excuse me. And I think one of the last things I'd really like to kind of add with this guy as well is with the lizard people, they are good creators. And when I'm talking about good creators, I mean kind of from a musicality perspective, because I mean, I believe that he's kind of like a musical, not musical, he does music, producing, acting, etc. So there is that wide range of activity there. But when we're talking about creating, it's creating that different persona, because I think throughout his life, he's had to put on different masks as well, depending on, again, not going down too many rabbit holes here, but certainly with the people that he's maybe associated himself with. And then the last thing would be, they are very, very good at cellular mastery as well. And I don't know about you guys, but I've always found, even through the years, I mean, I've aged, so he must age. But sometimes you look at him and he's kind of like not really aging that well. So that was just sort of my take on that as well. Could we go down the screen a little bit, please?
We can. Wait. I just need to touch on Will Smith for a minute with you.
Sure.
When we look at Will Smith's entire career, right? Obviously, I was heavily growing up in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air era. Okay.
Yeah.
Then he went into sort of Bad Boys and Hollywood and music, and he doesn't have to swear to do rap. And it was all of this. Yeah. Will Smith at one point was it, mate. Right? That Men in Black era. That was Wiki Wild West. What was that? What was that?
In the summertime, definitely.
Right. Do you know what I'm saying? He was massive. And it seemed to me that he entered a dark era with his wife not so long ago. I'm not being funny, right? We've all had that some bitch that's cheated on us, right? But a comedian once said, right? We've all had that some person that's cheated on us, but we've not all then sat down and made a Netflix show about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because could you imagine being sat there, right? While you're talking about getting all round the chops from your freaking son's friend and that? No. So when you looked in, did you see any sort of maybe the surface level isn't where you see this, but was there any sort of ruptures in this man, damage on a spiritual level in some way? Because I imagine he must have looked like a freaking pinata.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great thing to bring up there, on, because certainly, as you rightly said, in his youth, I think, and certainly looking at sort of the Men in Black days and Independence Day movies, where they are very much sort of alien, off-world. Those are the days when he was doing the research into the characters. He was linking in with those frequencies of, especially the producers and the writers, and looking at like the different beings and that within himself. So I think those early days there was certainly connections, but as I think he was getting drawn further and further into the Hollywood, that's when obviously this kind of reptilian lizard kind of frequency, was coming forward. Sorry, tickling myself.
All right.
So I do think at one stage, there was this very malevolent kind of side to him, and you can see that even looking at the pictures of, as you said, like the Bel-Air days, but like season 1, season 2, and then looking at the last seasons, and when people say, oh, you change physically and your energies change, I think he's one of a really key celebrity to look at, to see how his energy's been changing over the decades.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point there about the energy levels and over the time and all the rest of it. It would be interesting to see what you found if you went beyond the realms of what you're allowed to do in this situation. Because I think personally, you might get, there might be something in there that tries to either, chase you off or let itself be known or comes forward in a massive way, because there's something really weird, right, about the top tier of Hollywood, and Will Smith and his missus and their kids. They are in the big house on Creeptown, and it would be interesting to see what would come from that. Now, anybody else got any points they want to throw on the subject of Will Smith here before we move on to Miss Kardashian, Kimberly? Anyone? No, just me. That's just me. That's a chatty boy that derails everything. Fantastic. Let's continue. Oh wow. Well, listen. Hey, you got one part of this nailed, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying right here. You know what I'm saying? Right. Right. Let's continue.
I'm getting better with AI. I see. Oh, sorry, my voice is really quirky.
Oh, these two are brilliant, by the way. Also, when Asria's voice goes like that, that's one of her guides trying to break through and give us a message from the other side. Okay. Her name's Margaret. She's 92. She's from the Victorian era. Okay. And she will come through a little bit coarse. Okay. She also used to smoke hand-rolled cigarettes with no filters. All right. Cigarello.
More like a pipe. That's what it was. One of those ancient long pipes, you know.
Yeah, sitting
You're
about.
letting all my secrets out now, guys. Seriously.
All right, let's before Ron takes this way further than it needs to go.
So, but no, I mean, you are right, Ron, with when we are talking about Hollywood, and there is potentially a whole other episode or program we could actually do on bringing in kind of like maybe like the Alpha Draconians and the Reptilians, etc. But when we're kind of looking at the level ones, we're kind of really looking at what's actually making up this person now, as much as who are they working with and who are they being led by. So I just wanted to kind of follow on from that point there. But with Kimberly Kardashian, now this is one of the celebrities I really don't know much about at all. I must confess. So it was really interesting when I first started kind of looking at her energy and sort of going into those frequencies, because it was very similar in regards to, there was this kind of like scaly, it was like scaly, oily, but very shiny pictures that I was getting through initially.
Sounds like a Diddy party.
And then I was presented by, and I'm sure that there is a name for this one. But I've been asking and asking and asking. So if I do get a name for this particular being, I will endeavor to share it with you guys. Absolutely. But they are a hybrid, and they are a reptilian hybrid. So that's why you get the mixture of the fish, and you get kind of like that humanoid type body structure there. But yeah, I now realize what you were saying about the lips there, Ron. So thanks.
So are they? Would you say these hybrid aliens? Sorry, you fascinated me now. You pulled me into. If you don't know, I've got to ask some freaking questions, right? Like, because it seems like they've got the worst of both worlds. They've got human arms and legs, and they're stuck in the sea, right? Or like in the ocean, right? Do you think that it's a dual land and sea situation for them? Is it a very watery planet where I'm stupidly assuming that physics is the same there? Maybe they walk underwater like we do on land. Who knows? But this is what's just awesome, and you've nailed these AI. Both these AI this week are brilliant. They're really
Thank you. I'm getting better. I'm learning technology. I didn't quite get on with Patreon too well today, but certainly AI I'm definitely getting to a lot more getting to grips with. So thanks for that. But no, there is a duality, certainly, because when we look at other kind of water planets like Sirius B, for an example, the beings that are on there, kind of like your mermaids and sirens, like we had on the program last week with Taylor Swift, they can breathe in and out of water. So it's I'm assuming that it's very much the same with these beings as well.
Yeah, but
what I found
you want the fish bottom, not the fish top. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, out of the two, the siren got the better deal. You know what I'm saying? No one's being lured in by the fish head lady. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I didn't have to be as careful with this AI in covering up certain areas as well.
That's so funny. It was tree boobs, right? It was tree boobs that you accidentally created, right?
Oh yes, no, that was the elementals in one of them. I certainly learnt my lesson.
Beverly's face, she goes like full high school matron face, right? When somebody either swears accidentally or there's the possibility of a bit of boob, right? Her face goes like this. She's like, what? It was brilliant. I love it. Right. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet.
It was tasteful. Yeah. But with these ones, and I realized that, yes, obviously Kim is a member of the larger Kardashian family. That there's many brothers and sisters and husbands and children and da. So, and one of the things with these beings is the same with a lot of fish, is they all go round in a school. They normally go round in larger groups, and that's what I'm presuming that the Kardashians do, is that they are kind of like all live together, sort of have meals together, that that type of thing.
They're
So
literally
they
the
like
most
to
famous
stay
reality
close
TV
together
show
for
in the world.
protection.
And they are all together. You nailed it. You nailed that with the whole analogy of the school of fish. And I'm sorry, I'm getting excited and derailing the show again, but that's what I do. But you nailed it. And you know, Asria is the one person in the world that I would believe doesn't know who the Kardashians is. Okay, like I'll be honest with you, right? To me, she just wanders around in long fields of long grass, running her hands along the top of the grass all day in the sun, just like, oh, like that's what she's doing all day. So it's wild because you nailed it. You nailed it. And the fish hybrid.
Beverly's absolutely cracking up. I love it because she knows I don't really do the celebrity.
Nah,
I'd rather be outside than inside. So,
and to be clear, at no point was any of this Asria's idea, right? At no point was it like, hey, could you mind if we like clickbait this incredible thing that you've developed over the last few years, and just throw in some celebrities? And she's like, yeah, sure, because it's so good. And the fish hybrid, right? Have you heard the weird story about the Romanian witches and all of this surrounding the Kardashians? It's too long to tell you, but it's worth Googling, right? And
no,
you know,
but I'll go and have a look.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. And you know, you not being able to define the being, I think, is more interesting here than anything else. Because why is that? Right? Why is Asria not able to identify this? What are they hiding? Have they misled you? Have they given you, oh, well, let's just confuse her a little bit. All right, she's only going top level. Let's confuse her a little bit. Is it possible, do you think, that there's like off-worlders that are just not into you doing this, and they're sort of in tandem with Holly Weird? Because I think, Andrea, right, you and I need to sit down with a bottle of whiskey one night until you're at the point where you're like, I don't care. We're going through all the levels until I can taste the soles of their feet. We're going deep. Okay. I'm telling you, because there's going to be some madness once you we don't encourage anyone to not encourage free will. Okay. But I'm just saying, man, there's some stuff I think we'll find out, because who else is doing this? Nobody's doing this. So yeah. Again,
no, and you're right on point there, Ron, in regards to it's vibration and its frequency, because and that's what you pick up. And as I said, we could go down the route of the more benevolent beings, but we do try and keep it quite nice and sweet on this one, definitely.
Yeah.
But if the vibration, the frequency is picked up by the unifier, that is what is picked up by the unifier. So it's just with some of these newer beings, it takes a little bit more time to actually identify those.
No,
I just wanted to add one or two other small points to this Miss Kardashian one.
Yes,
is where one of the things that really struck me as well is not only within this school of fish, how they actually communicate with each other, because there seems to be kind of like this multitonal kind of harmonic communication. It's kind of where they don't even need to sometimes be in the same room as well, and they kind of have this telepathy type
I
thing.
think you've mistaken telepathy for too much Botox, and when they speak and move their face, nothing happens. I get it, because
that could be it as well. Yeah,
I'm just saying, because it's almost like you're watching the show and you're like, am I telepathic? Because no one's moving any facial movements here, and there's a full conversation going on. So I just wanted to just disclaimer that, just in case you got caught out by the Botox. I'm so sorry.
Because that then leads on quite nicely to what I was going to say in regards to, obviously they've got shiny scales. So they are always wanting to go for the shimmery, shiny kind of really, I don't know, diamonds and nice skin tones and that type of thing as well. And of course, with being models and things, they've got that nice, elegant sort of movement and features there as well.
Anything about destroying the souls
really
of their husbands?
about them, unless we want to go down the darker end
about,
with the Alpha Draconians.
Destroying the souls of their husbands. I just want to say, I'm doing a live stream tomorrow about Kanye West's latest interview, because I've got a theory about why he's promoting all this Nazi stuff. Okay, and it might be for the good of mankind. All right, it might just be for the good of mankind. I know that sounds crazy, but I feel like he's done all of this to lead up to a huge expose, and the only press that the elites will ignore is that your self-destructive negative press. And by having that level of self-destructive negative press and getting all the world's attention on him, he just done an interview in a black KKK outfit. Right? Next, oh yeah. I mean, it is crazy. But
That's terrible.
is he doing this to get so many eyes on him that he can drop a bombshell? I don't know. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. Maybe not.
Good.
Maybe he is. Clickbait is great. So, Asria, right? I think the fish analogy also as well. I think the whole with the school and the way that you want about them talking, and they're a talented family. Are they though? They're not. They're very famous but super talentless. It's wild. The whole rabbit hole is exceptional.
So I found out. Yeah.
Now, just before we bring in James has been sitting down in the green room like an excited.
Waiting.
Like, do you know when you see like a 12-year-old about to get his first award at high school and he's sitting there on the bench and he's like, I'm the next one, right? That is what James has been like down there for about the last 10 minutes. James is so excited about this, Asria. I just want to say thank you so much for just diving in at a surface level with our man here, because he's one of the good ones. I want to introduce you all to the resident Viking, the wizard, the man. How are you doing, James? You wonderful creature. How are you?
I'm fantastic, my brother. I'm fantastic. Lovely to see all these ladies on the panel, and thank you so much for blessing me with this. It's really fantastic.
Why does it look like you're in a submarine or in some sort of like shanty town boat? You look like you're in like some sort of nautical setting where at any moment an alarm's going to go off and you're going to have to start like pumping water out of a layer of the ship. Where are you? Where are you?
I'm under the sea trying to find the Kardashian for myself.
My guy. My
Wow,
guy.
love it. Good response. Love it.
Love it, my G. But yeah, welcome, mate. Welcome. But you're no stranger to me. You're no stranger to the community. Give James some likes and shares, please. Can we get this pushed out? And for the ladies too, I would really appreciate it. But Asria, Beverly, I'll let you. Let me just throw you guys up here with the wonderful James and pop you in the middle of the ladies there, James. So. Yeah. Obviously, have you guys had a chance to talk to James? Have you got a little bit of time to get to know him or anything like that? No. Okay. Asria's going in blind again, right? And I'll tell you something, Asria's not part of Discord.
Very blind.
She's not part of Discord. She's not part of any of the WhatsApp groups with James or anything like that. She knows she knows a guy called James from the admin and from the going up and down is the little name. And that's about it, right? Genuinely, that's about it, right?
Yeah, that's what's going to make this so exciting and so fascinating to really I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm already reading some things here.
Don't read it. Don't read it.
Don't give it away.
James, don't be good, or they're going to come and bite you. I don't
want to be bitten.
Go on. Go for it, Asria. Go for it. Let's get it up and let's get this going. That's
yeah, there should be the other page. There we go. So no, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, James, and I can already tell by the look on your face that hopefully this is resonating.
Well, you know what? It's interesting. When I left my old life behind me to become the human being I'm working so hard to be, I've always said I worked very hard to put the dragon to sleep, and please don't provoke it because, it's just not something that needs to be awoken at this point in my life. He's always there to protect my friends and family if needed, but right now it's best for that dragon to just sleep. So right off the hop, you just blew my mind.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Thank you so much. But because the dragon, especially an earth dragon, is a protector of people and is a protector of land and is a protector of the ecology as well, of everything. And I have seen one or two of your TikToks as well, and I can tell that beautiful word and those beautiful connections when you go out on your walks and things. But certainly when I was starting to tune into you, and I said I haven't put too many of your personal details up here, but I know you very kindly shared them with me, James. And this particular, I've only had a dragon once before.
Wow.
In all the readings I've done, and it took quite a while to actually establish, because there are many types of dragons. I mean, you've got the fire, water, celestial, and so on and so forth. Again, we could probably do another program just on dragons, the same as we could when I done Ron's one with giants and things. But this beautiful being came in so strongly and so gently. And one of the things that, and I'm hoping I've done the picture justice as well there, but I think one of the main things that came through for me on this one, James, is that it's that softness. It's almost as though you're kind of like the observer, and when you do need to come out, you do. And a lot of the time that is only if and when needed. If this is resonating, please.
Is this resonating, please? I know James, right? So James doesn't even have to James, look at his face for a start. Everyone just watch his face. He's like this. He's like, all right. How crazy is this, James?
It's wild. It's wild. Ron has said many times when I've said something in the Discord, he's like, look, James is the guy who never says anything. And if he is saying that we need to watch out for this or that, I think we need to pay attention to it.
100%. It's like that scene from Home Alone where if the uncle says the movie's too bad, the movie's too bad for you to watch. Okay, do you know what I'm saying? If James is saying red alert, it's pretty bad. Okay, like it's you better be already half packed and ready to go. But James, this warrior with a tough outer shell, right? Because that you're an unsung hero, bro. Right. And that's the thing, right? I think warriors with the tough outer shell describes somebody who is selfless, who takes a burden on. You know, you feed people, you supply people with food, you bring it all together. I've seen you get excited because you've came home with 12 bags of apples and you're away to make apple pies for the homeless. Right.
Yeah.
And the guy's losing his mind about 12 bags of apples. Okay. Like,
wow.
He is so hyped. Okay, about these freaking bags of apples. Do you know what I'm saying? And he's somebody that sometimes I wish I could slap him for just taking advice and taking help, because once he takes that step into having a team around him and he doesn't have to just be self-reliant, the world could change, man. The world could change. He's one of them.
I'm learning. You know? And like when you say protector of the earth or whatnot, you guys don't know, but like I grow a plethora of food. I brought probably 3,000 pounds of fresh produce to the food bank last year. I grow strawberries and melons and all these wonderful fresh food to bring to the food bank.
Yep.
So
tell them about the burritos, James. Tell them about the burritos.
We'll get to the burritos, Ron. You know, Ron came up with the idea of like, hey, you're a retired chef. How long would it take you to whip up 100 burritos for people? And
cost them out, and you partner up with a restaurant. You sister partner up so that they have all the food licensing in the kitchen. You do it out of hours. Okay, so through the night when the kitchen's closed, you give them all the social media branding and pushing out and all the rest. And that means you don't have to look for a facility. And we price up batches of 100 burritos, and people can donate a burrito. People can go on the line and go, I'll donate 5-10 burritos. Once you've got that 100, bam, 100 people getting burritos. This is the year this is. I don't even care. I'm just going to do it and then hand it to you. Like, oh, James, here you go. This is all set up for you now. Haha, deal with it.
Well, I've been learning in 2025 to accept the help of others, because for so long I had to do everything on my own, and I did rely on others, and they really let me down. And I took it personally because I wasn't at a place of understanding that, well, they wanted to help, but they just were unable to at the time, even though they said they could. So I just started pushing people away, saying, I don't need help. I don't need help. And now I'm realizing that I do need help, and it's okay to want help, and it's okay to accept help. So
just as we're talking through these, I just want to change it to this so I can get Asria and James's reaction on screen here, right? Because stubborn but reliable. Okay, I'll be honest, right? James is stubborn. The only thing that he's stubborn about is goddamn Mother Earth and being a good person. Okay, like that's his kind of stubbornness. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that is, and I can totally see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, God damn it, I'm so stubborn. I'm going to grow 3,000 pounds worth of fresh produce. Do you see what? That's his level of stubborn. Do you see what I'm saying? He's a legend, man. And now, Asria, you're a grid worker. You're going to need to help us out with what that means. I'm a bit confused there.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that the old dragons do, but a lot of the beings who fly very much help support and move the energies around. And the fact that you just saying that you grow a lot of your own, you're naturally and automatically doing that. So as you walk and how you start moving those energies as you walk around, is that's how your natural frequency and your natural energy is already brought in to do. Because a lot of the dragons work as well is working with the ley lines, working with the vortexes, because that's what they do to navigate around the planet, is that they use the ley lines and they use the vortexes in order to know where they're going and how they're going. And as they fly, they're moving those energies around. But most importantly, which I didn't actually put on the original sheet, is that idea of balance as well. And I think within yourself, your life, your energies, in order to harness into that grid work and that natural energy work, and you do that naturally, but I welcome you at some point maybe to start looking into that maybe a little bit more, as you were saying, in regards to as you're moving through this new path, if you don't mind me saying, James. But also with the as I said, that balance in your life, because that's what said dragons need to do in order to stay on those lines, and making sure that the nutrition is right, making sure that the air is right. And as I said, that's the same with a lot of beings that fly as well. But we could take that maybe a level or two deeper as well.
If you had said nutrition before James had mentioned the food, I would shit myself, right? I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
But the dragon, right? Like, I mean, this is some proper wise looking calm ass dragon. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's done some things, but now he's like, okay, listen, basically, if you don't pick up after your dog, I'm going to get real. Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Pick up after your dog or things are going to get real right here. I'm growing strawberries for the homeless. Do you know what I'm saying? He's got that vibe, man. It's great. It's a great adaptation of you.
I'm wondering, is that with this is probably has something to do with why whenever I go out into the forests and in nature to forage mushrooms or to just be at nature, I can't wear shoes. Like as soon as I get to where we're going to be into the forest, I got to go barefoot. And it doesn't matter if it's mucky and cold. I need that connection with the forest.
100%.
And I've never got lost. I've never been lost in the forest. I've got turned around and then I realized that, oh, wait, no, I need to just go this way and come out 50 yards out of the tree line from where I went in and been like, wow, because
because you can read those energy patterns as well. And also with the natural dragons as well, they work with the elementals very, very closely. So you do have sort of your support team around you as much as you're following those energy lines and your natural ability too. And thank you so much for sharing that story, James, because that is just confirming what I was picking up before. But definitely working with the elementals there as well, because those two kind of very much work hand in hand.
Just want to say a big shout out to my beautiful fiance, Dan. How are you? How are you down there? That's her down there. That's her right there. Yeah.
Oh, she's lovely. So beautiful.
So listen, we're not done yet with you, James, you little rascal. So let's jump back over to here. Asria, that's right. We're on the next one now, right?
Yep. Yeah, sure.
Yep,
Sure,
sorry.
sure.
Okay. This weirdly looks a bit like you, James, if like you got all your back teeth removed and like accentuated your cheekbones. Do you know what I'm saying?
wow.
Like it's even got a freaking head tattoo. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's even got a freaking head tattoo. Okay. Like Polarian. Okay. I'm down with it.
Okay, so these guys were with this only being a level 1, we focus on the most dominant DNA, and that's why I said we spent more time on the dragon being. But as kind of like a secondary, we did get the Polarians, and also there was a little bit of the bat beings in there as well. So I don't know how good your hearing is, but I didn't
Do you
put that
think
on
bats?
the page just here. But
Wait,
with the
what did you
Polarians,
say, James? What did you say, James? What did you say?
Did she
Oh,
say
sorry.
bats? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
flying little. Oh man,
Yeah,
bats
yeah.
have creeped me out my whole life. I've been creeped out by bats, except for like the flying fox giant bats.
with
But
the
the
big
little,
ears.
yeah, little brown bats and stuff,
the
they
big-
creep me out. They
And-
live in my roof, you know, and I let them have their existence, but oh, they give me the shivers.
What was that in reference to? I was in the side chat there. Did you mention bats, Adria? What was it you said about bats?
Yeah, so we have the Polarians, but I was saying with a level 1, we really just focus on the most dominant and the secondary dominant. But I've only put the Polarians on there because they only ever so slightly overtook. And I've just been reminded of the bat beings, and James very much confirmed that because they are the ones with the extended ears, and I wasn't even going to try and put that through AI today.
Beverly's nailed it, mate.
Where we've got so with the Polarians, you've got the sense of sacred structure and purpose, helps protect soul contracts on earth, and words carry energetic frequencies. So with these guys, and again what you were saying before is that when you speak, it's only when really needed, and your words do carry a very strong vibration. So maybe we can look at these guys in a little bit more detail offline, because the main thing with this reading in particular, with it being a level 1, was very much focusing on and I'm losing my voice again, sorry, the dragon beings here. But these guys do have that vibrate the supporting that vibrational movement of energy. And when I'm talking there about helps protect soul contracts on earth, that is just helping to protect individuals. It's just a slightly fancier way of saying that.
Right.
So
right.
it's helping them on a soul level as well as helping them on a day-to-day level. And from what you've been saying there, James, is that's what you do by helping and supporting others
Right.
through
Yeah,
food,
and
through talking,
complete
etc.
strangers happen to all the time come and tell me their life story, and they're never good ones. They're never good ones. It's always these horrible stories of trauma and chaos and SA and the R word and all these horrible things. And it's just like, they know they're safe to just come up and tell me, even though I'm a complete stranger. And I can just remind them that they're a being of love, and that through chaos is where creation is born, and that maybe it's their story that's going to save somebody else if it doesn't save themselves. Like, you're blowing my lid.
This is what she does. She just sits there smiling at you while you're freaking losing your mind, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is
Oh!
resonating with you, James, which is
Like all the time. I live in isolation. I don't go out very often anymore because I don't have the capabilities at the moment. But I'll go to get groceries, and an old lady will come up, that I call single servant grandparents, and
Nice.
next thing you know, I'm being told their entire life story about how their uncle was horrible to them, and then they had a horrible husband, and all these things. And then they just tell me how beautiful I am. And I'm looking at myself like, you realize I'm the sketchy dude with face and throat tattoos here, right? Like, they don't get startled by it or anything. And
It's the glaucoma. It just all merges into one, bro. You're just like a blur, right? You maybe just have a really glowing silhouette when you're lit by a Walmart sign. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a heavenly body. I must communicate with thee. Because I'm telling you, man, you're very easy to talk to, right? You're very non-judgmental. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. You're a good guy.
thanks,
I just want
brother.
to remind everybody.
and that's what people can feel and sense. Absolutely.
I just want to remind everybody that tonight we are doing the call-in. So if you want an opportunity to talk to any one of the panel members, join Discord and then go into call-in streams to the waiting room where Uber Fuber is waiting right now. You'll see him in there. Go and join him in there, and you'll be able to ask the wonderful Beverly Rhodes or Asria, Sky Spirit, Neha, or myself a question or comment, or you just I don't know, come on and say whatever don't say whatever you want. That's a bit far-fetched, but say something nice and proactive, okay? So just in summary, James, right? It's a bit mad, isn't it? Like I've done that. It's like we've both just experienced the same roller coaster or something, and now we're just excited to talk about it. Finally, I've got someone to talk about. In fact, you know what, James? We're going to go deep and personal on this one. How was that for you?
Man, it resonates in a strange way, because it's almost like as I'm hearing it, I'm hearing myself say, "See, bro, that's what people have told you. You should listen to these people."
What do we call that, Asria? Clarification. It's clarification, right? But it's clarification in a way that is so not normal, bro. Like some pink lady on the internet looking into your soul and chisel. Do you know what I mean? It's mad, right?
Yeah.
And it's the intricate details. It's like you've got the broad tapestry of you as a person and these finite threads that come off the end that make us these unique little moments in our lives and things. And Asria's just picking them like fruit, mate, and throwing them into a PDF file. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's nuts. It's nuts. It really is.
It's a brilliant gift, and thank you for sharing it. Really.
Thank you for allowing me to read you, James. It's been an absolute it has been an absolute pleasure and honor, and if we can maybe catch up after the show or something. But it just, your energy and how you sort of radiate I said the Polarians, but especially that dragon energy, it's something it is very, very unique. Very unique. So I thank you as well.
Well, it blows my mind, because I've had countless people in my life say, "James, I've never met another human being like you."
Yeah, people say that to me, but it's like, I have never met anything like you before. You know what I'm saying? It's tone and context are very important in that. Put a 1 in the side chat if James is booking in within the next 2 months to get a dragon tattoo. Okay, just put a 1 in the side chat.
Bro, my first tattoo ever was a green dragon tattoo that my mom got me.
Shut up, James.
She had to sign the paperwork for me to get a tattoo because I was too young.
Wow.
Nah.
Oh, wow.
Get the nips out.
Really? That's blown my mind now. Thank you so much.
Oh,
James.
no, I'm blown. Yeah.
There it is.
Whoa,
Bam!
look at that. Oh,
hang on. It's even got the same 2 wee horns coming off the back of the head as well.
And years later, I had a tattoo artist friend of mine who did that tattoo, add the shield to it, because I said I was going to start my own family coat of arms, even though I was never going to have children.
With a green dragon.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was. Green dragon. Wow.
I am.
Right?
All right.
Right? So now whose
And
mind
now
is
I'm
blown?
going to tell you.
No, whose mind is blown? He flipped it.
Oh,
right? Now whose mind is blown? Take a little bit of my sorcery and wrap that up.
Yes.
Right back at me, James. That's good.
Love
I like that one.
Hey, Ron used to say to me back in the day, Ron said, he goes, "Man, I can't look in James's eyes because he'll work his sorcery on me and I'll become a good person or something."
Yeah.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Beverly's doing it for me.
It's annoying. It's so annoying. It's
Yeah.
Beverly and bloody Asria and freaking Danny Henderson and a couple other bloody people. And they're all like, but it's interesting because I talk about the gray and the light and the dark when it comes to magic, but I've never assessed it from a spiritual point of view. Never give it any time or consideration to anything spiritual, because what do I care? Like, I'm the freaking, my soul is protected. I'm here to kick some ass. All right. I'm pretty sure if I get hit by a bus, everyone will be fine. Right. But I've never really looked at that. Right. And I think when everyone's been talking about, oh, the light, Ron, the light, I'm pretty sure most of you mean spiritually. And I've been like, what are you all talking about? It's just magic. What are you all going on about, man? It's just light and dark magic. I think a lot of you meant spiritually. So I've just been filling myself up with this white energy and putting a lid on it. And it sits like here, like a warm freaking hot water bottle, right? It's delicious. It's delicious. But I don't let myself fill up all the way. It's got to be in the balance, right? But having never had that, it's scrumptious. I tell you what, though. I tell you what, that taxi driver, today, ladies and gentlemen, I got in a taxi, and the taxi should have been a £16 fare. Should have cost me £16. Get to my house, and the taxi driver says £28, please. And I said, take me to the police station. And he went, why? And I said, because I'm not paying you 28 quid for this. I says, you can take me to the police station and you can say that I've refused to pay the fare, and I'll tell them that you're a scammer, and then we'll end up in small claims court. Right. And he looked at me like I was mad. And I was like, I'm being serious here. I'm not paying. I'll give you 18. But I'm not giving you 28. So then he decided to drive me all the way back to the train station where he picked me up from, and then just throw me out the taxi. And then I got an Uber that cost me £12. Stick to your guns, people. Don't take it from these chancers. Okay. £28.50. I'll get Beverli Rhodes to pinch you, mother. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Also, I might have just got Dan's entire car repaired for free because they were refusing to do it, by mentioning that if I was to complain on the internet about terrible service, it might be on a channel with 92,000 subscribers, and now the car's been fixed for nothing. Don't sell people cars and then 7 weeks later the alternator breaks. She's a new mum.
Yeah.
So yeah,
exactly.
Needless to say, the car will be back tomorrow and they've paid for everything. So
good. The energy's all right. I've got one last thing to say to our wonderful James. And the one aspect I want to say to you, James, is that when you were getting ready to be incarnated into this life, there was a dragon that came with you and is curled around your heart. And this is why you need to walk barefoot in the woodlands, and you have that connection to the sky, the earth, the people, and the four corners. So north, south, west, east, up and down. And that's all part of you. So
100%.
A very lovely being.
I agree.
Beautiful dragon is curled around your heart with his little tail. And that's why you feel the way that you do.
I agree. And you know, when you said when he was born a dragon came, that's where I'm going to cut the clip off.
Oh, you're a terrible lad. And I'm going to have to pinch you, and I don't want to.
Yeah, you do. Hey, listen, you know what I'm saying. But listen, you know how mad that was, James. And I'm just so glad we got to do that for you, because out of all the people in the community, you know, you walk the walk, you talk the talk when it comes to who you are as a person. You know, there's a lot of family members, there's a lot of couples in our community and our even in our mods. You have been the lone wolf for years. You've never wavered, you've never done anything. You never wanted any freaking clout or credit, nothing. You've just wanted to be yourself with your people. And, you know, we all love you, James, and you're just freaking awesome, brother.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Beverli and Asria. And I'm sorry, ladies, I can't. Sky Spirit.
Sky Spirit. And Neha.
And Neha. Thank you so much for blessing the panel today. You're mostly appreciated by all. Ron, my brother, you know how much mad love I have for you. And if I could just throw a quick message out to the viewers before I duck out of the studio, I'd just like to say, no matter where you are today, you're valuable and important to the people around you. And you're a blessing to us. Even when you don't see it, we see it. And when you don't believe in yourself, other people will until you see it in yourself. I've had to witness that myself, and I see the amount of people blessing me that have my back and my support, and it's helping me grow to be a better person, just like all of us can together as a community, as a team, as a family here in this existence this one time. Thank you so much.
My G.
Thank you, James.
Love it, my G. All right, thanks for being here, my G, and we will see you. I don't know how many times I said my G there. That's what you call somebody who's clutching for a sentence. Beverli.
Yes, we are going to move on to Neha, because Neha is going to ask about color magic and choose someone as a guinea pig to work with. So we've got Sky Spirit, who might agree to be a guinea pig today with Neha. So Neha, take it away and talk about color magic.
Nothing quite like being asked something by Beverli Rhodes on a live stream where obviously you can obviously say no, right? Like there's no awkward, you're not backed into a corner. We're just here for your soul, Sky Spirit. We're just here for your soul. Like, no.
You're assuming I have one there.
Oh, well, listen, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Right, Neha, first of all, what is that cool thing you're wearing on your head? Because that is fire.
Oh,
that has to have a cool name, right? That's going to have like a cool name, right?
No, it really doesn't. It has my festival headband name. It's
just a headband. Oh man, no. Well, next time And I'm going to ask you the same question. Make up something. That was lame.
I will.
Yeah, make up some crazy things.
I'll send you one so we could be matching twins.
I'm telling you, I think other than everyone going on about cultural appropriation down in the side chat, I think I could nail that. I'm telling you, I would nail that. I'm telling you that right now. I don't know whose culture I'm disappropriating, but someone's going to say I am. That's all I'm saying. It's 2025. Someone's going to say it. But Neha, thanks for being here.
It's an off-world. It's an off-world headband. Then
it's still cultural disappropriation if you're a heterosexual white dude on the internet. I'm just saying. Okay, so. Neha, what is color magic, first of all? Because
color magic is something really, really simple. But first of all, I want to say thank you so much for having me back. Namaste, everybody. Blessings. I love being with the AWAKEN family community, as I call you all, my frequency family, because it's just so much fun whenever I come on here, and I feel so blessed that you've invited me back. But color magic is something that it's so simple and so quick and easy. It's a really kind of an entry level of explaining just how easy it is with quantum energy healing to change your belief, your frequency, your energy about something. And I'm happy to do it with the audience, because that's what I normally do when I do my lives on TikTok or Insta or whatever it is. And it's so simple, because the reason why I introduced that is because people automatically assume that healing has to be hard work. We have this collective consciousness belief that we have to struggle, that it has to be difficult, that it's soul-wrenching, dark night of the soul, all of this. So it's so instant, it's really quick, and I'm happy to do it with
awesome.
As long as Beverly can read the chat for me.
Yeah, that's okay. I just rudely have to interrupt, because our wonderful Asria has to she has to go off world. Okay, she got to go. She's actually a diplomat on the pink planet. It's fabulous. Everything tastes like candy floss, and she is the queen. So she has to go and address her people, and we're not going to stand in the way of the queen. So there we go.
That was so fascinating, Asria. Sorry to talk over you, Ron, but really, I mean, I'm dying to do my DNA. I cannot recommend people enough to go have a session with Asria. She's beautiful, beautiful, divine soul. You can just see that glowing pink thing. But that was so interesting. I really do believe that actually, once we put join the dots up to why we are the way we are and what we're doing here, it gives you so much, kind of like, for me at least, it gives me a sense of reassurance. I don't think I'm like the freakoid that I used to think I was.
Hang on. I'm sorry. 1 second. We have got Celtic Knot, who is one of Asria's clients, I do believe. Celtic Knot, you're now live on the Sean Atwood channel. I do believe you just posted in the side chat about having a level 2 with Asria and wanted to give her some feedback. If you can turn your mic on, we should be able to have you as part of the show. Oh, actually, I had streamer mode on, so you might not have been able to hear me. Can you hear me, Celtic Knot?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can the panel member all hear Celtic Knot?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello,
okay,
lovely.
You're live on the Sean Atwood channel. Please don't say and let us know what your feedback is.
So I had a level 2 with Asria recently, and first of all, I wanted to thank you. And the first DNA that came through was avian, and she described like this large dark figure, like a raven, that was with me. And I actually had a dream that night of this huge phoenix that was on the ground covered in dirt, and it shook it all off and then flew up to the sky, red and orange and yellow and bright. And it was just amazing.
Wow.
Because I was in a house fire and burned very, very badly. And my family had joked around about, how nothing can kill me and how I'm like a phoenix rising since then, because of the changes I've made in my life. So it just kind of really hit home. And I just wanted to thank her very much and give her that feedback.
Oh, thank you so much, my angel, for coming on and providing that feedback. And yeah, I know we had a wonderful session, but no, thank you so much for spending the time and coming on live on air as well. It's not always easy.
Right.
So I'm I'm lost for words. Just I don't know what else to say. Just thank you so much. It's been an incredible evening, and to have it, yeah, for you to come online as well. Sorry, I really am lost for words.
That's giving me such goosebumps. Totally.
It's Sky Spirit saying she's got goosebumps. Asria is speechless. Neha's just smiling and looking fabulous, and Bev's got her mic off. So it's a good mixed bunch here. And it's but honestly, while we're here, is there any questions that you want to throw out, or anything else you want to say or add before we part ways for this evening?
No, I just wanted to encourage people to try this with Asria, because it really opened my eyes, even with the second search myself a little bit more.
That's awesome. Well, look, Kelly, no, thank you very much. Make sure you're not a stranger on these nights. I'll put you back in the waiting room in case you decide that there's something else you want to add later on. But thank you very much for being here, and we'll speak to you again.
No, thank you.
Right,
night, guys.
All right,
Lots
if you
of
want,
love. Thank you so much.
you guys want to be part of the show, the Discord link, I'm reposting it, is in the side chat. Come and join us. Join the waiting room. You'll see Kelly Ignat just sat there chilling, and have your say. Now, Neha, I just want to say, Sky Spirit, you okay? You okay down there? Just doing a courtesy call, making sure you're okay. Okay,
okay.
We're good. Okay, you need a cup of tea or anything you got your hydration? Got water?
Some biscuits would be nice. That's all right.
Okay, yeah.
I like those Garibaldis.
Well, I'm going to go off world and go and get my cup of tea and biscuits as well.
Nice.
But no,
Enjoy.
love to all, and thank you so much
Yes,
for that, Ron and Celtic Knot, and thank you as
Yes,
always,
sir.
Beverly, for being on
Thank
the
you,
show.
Asria.
Thank you, Neha, and nice to see you, Sky Spirit.
Bye for now. See you next week.
See you next week.
All right. I'll help Asria out here a second. There we are. All right. So Neha, we're back to you, and you were talking about frequencies and people being able to, and what I took from what you said there, right? Because if I can understand it, everyone should be able to understand it. So we're talking about frequencies and changing bad habits, right? It's about ridding ourselves of bad routines, bad habits, bad mindsets, bad feelings. Is that the kind of that we were kind of
not really. Sorry to interrupt. So the work I do really is quantum healing. I'm a quantum healing practitioner. There's a 3-step process. There's a reveal process, there's a release process, and then there's the reinstall process. And I call it reinstall because I genuinely believe that we are born with all the good, yummy, good stuff. Then stuff happens, we get programmed out of it, and we naturally, because this is just my opinion only, believe that, in the bad stuff more than the good stuff, and things happen, we make it our fault. And those thoughts, those beliefs become embedded in the bedrock of our belief system, which is our deep hidden subconscious, without realizing it, and then operate from that level. I mean, piggybacking on the back of Asria as well, I feel that what I do is really help people to join the dots up as to why they are maybe stuck in certain areas of their life, why they feel they're not fulfilled, why they feel they have the same repeated pattern. Color magic is actually a way of demoing how quickly and how effective quantum energy healing really is. And that's really what it is, and it's super simple. You can someone can ring in, and I can use them as a guinea pig, or I can use anyone in the chat.
Let me throw some things at you. So for example, do you mean, for example, if I say I would like to be more, I want to dedicate, when I make a decision about something, I want to be able to stick to it, right? That's my big problem. Like, I want to be able to stick to something. I'm metaphorically speaking, of course. Is that the sort of thing where you find the root causes of what breaks up that commitment and then kind of frees you from them? That's what we're getting at, right? Cool, man.
Yes,
that is
exactly. Oh, and by the way, I always forget to explain. Beverly sometimes helps me out, but I have a spirit guide that makes me do a little jiggle. So when I energetically connect with someone, I'm not having a fit, I'm not being hurt. just to let everyone know, that's just my guide comes in. I think
Yeah.
I always want to do it more glamorously like Beverly, but I don't. I look like I'm auditioning for a horror movie. So forgive me. It's not me. It's just because I'm so busy listening to you that I kind of have to get kicked under the table and then I respond. You know, even when we were talking about the off-worlding of the DNA of Will Smith, everything, as you were saying, was resonating so deeply. I was like doing this in the background, trying to control myself because my spirit guide was basically.
I remember the last show. I do remember the last show, actually. Beverly did point it out a few times. It was quite interesting. So, again, we all think you're fabulous, Neha. Anyone gives you any crap, we'll just freaking send them to the shadow realm. We don't mess around here, okay? We don't mess around here at all. So, okay, now what's interesting is, let's say we've got some viewers or anyone else that's listening, you know, panel members, whatever, and you want to sort of begin the process of breaking free from whatever. Or, for example, because it's not a full session, we're obviously just going to tell you what the problem is rather than you have been able to sit down and identify it. So I know it's slightly different one than what I would imagine a full session would be, right? Is that right or wrong? Am I right? Wrong?
A little bit, I can tell you. I mean, my
Yeah,
guides tell me. I feel like I kind of take my Neha and her ego sort of goes next door, has a cup of tea and a biscuit, and the guides come through. And then I use, which I've done on the show before, but for those who are new to us, to this lovely frequency family, I use something as muscle testing, which is my assessment tool. It's a recognized tool in kinesiology in order for the clients to know whether or not what I'm saying, it resonates and has validity. Because my main job, I believe, is to help people to heal without hurting and to regain their sovereignty. You know, that's why every time Beverly talks about we are sovereign beings, we have been programmed into giving away our power perpetually, asking for things, not trusting ourselves, not thinking we're worthy, good enough, deserving. And I feel like, again, like the off-world DNA, if you join up the dots and then you can think, oh my God, I'm not a nutter. I'm not some person, for example, using your example, Ron, that is, has lax discipline, or I'm lazy, or I just can't concentrate, or, oh, thank you. Aquana, am I pronouncing that correctly? Bless you. What a lovely name. I love that name. What does that mean? Anyway, I won't get distracted.
I've got some things, right? But I wouldn't want to necessarily do them on the show, right? Because they're very personal and specific.
Yes.
But I would be very interested in being a guinea pig and then giving feedback over time on this if it's something we could do.
I'd love that.
Because
I mean,
again,
no,
because
absolutely.
it's really weird. Ever since I've met Beverly, it's like I keep referring it back to how this is like a computer game for me, right? But it's like when you're like halfway through the game, right, and you start meeting all the people that are going to train you up to the next level, right? And it's like that's how I see you all. It's like you're like the elite characters within a massive RPG game that train you up and take you to that next skill set. And I believe everyone that Bev brings on here, if for some reason, is to fix me in some way without her telling me. Okay, I don't know I don't know if she realizes that's what's going on or what, but I think it's very
Ron.
Well, no, Ron is not needing fixing. Ron needs to dial in on a few things that Bev keeps trying to make me to see, but are still a bit cloudy, right? But there's some things that I would love to see if this can help evaporate with, and we'll talk about it after the show. If anybody else would like to be part of the show tonight, and you're on Discord and you're in the waiting room, there is a text chat in the side of the waiting room. Deanne Daly, who's in the waiting room, she can explain to anyone where it is. Sorry to throw that on you. And if you type in the side chat for the waiting room, I would like to have a color reading, we'll get you on with Neha, because I think that would be the best thing to do. Have somebody online that's chatting and delve into it. So we'll just give that a couple of minutes, but just keep going with what you were.
Sorry to interrupt you, love. But if you want to, we can do it right now. It takes moments. You see, that's part of the thing. People believe that healing has to be hard work, that it has to be arduous, that you have to suffer, that you have to, that it can't be simple, that it can't be easy. And here's the other thing that is not necessarily a popular belief. But an awful lot of us get very tied to our victim stories. You know, we get very attached to the situation or the circumstances, and we start to define ourselves by that. And then we subconsciously don't want to let go of that, because we're like, oh, what happens then? You know, it's a bit like, you know, how would I describe it? Like when you're learning to swim and you or like when you're riding a bike and you've got the training wheels on, but actually there comes a point when you actually can cycle without the wheels, but just psychologically makes you feel like you have the wheels on. And you know, like parents often do. I remember with my kids pushing them and saying, no, I'm holding you, I'm fine, and actually I'd let go, you know. So oh, hello Midnight Angel. Oh, how lovely to see you here. These people were on on Beverly's TikTok, I think, earlier today, which was great. And we were talking about
we've got already, Beverly, the largest gathering of people for the phone in that we've ever had on any show, obviously, because you're like freaking clown. But one of the ladies has actually had a reading with you today and is going to come and give you feedback, which is quite well. Was it today? I think so. I just finished a meeting with Beverly before the live. She told me something about my past life. I'd love to share some feedback with her. I didn't remember to tell her when we were on the call. Beverly's like,
that's wonderful. Any one of 1,000 people. Always like to hear feedback. So go for it.
Hell yes. So if anybody, I tell you what, Nita, why don't you do a general to the public healing thing, right? And if anyone doesn't want to be part of this, if you wrap tin foil round your head and twist it into a point, it will protect you from the powers of Neha. And I'm only kidding. No, there's no protecting you from this. But no, yeah.
Sorry.
Love it.
I know Ron leads me down the path and I go, but that's just my sense of humor. But no, that's the whole thing. The reason why I start with color magic, first of all, you know, I'm very blessed in what I do. My youngest client is 5, my eldest is 95. And with kids in particular, this is a wonderful way of getting them to start accessing their own intuition and, more importantly, trusting their own intuition. So we'll do a really quick demo. Whoever wants to participate in it can. Whoever doesn't, just observe it. Now, I'm not doing anything. This is all actually with you because, you know, I believe you shouldn't give your power away to anyone. That's the real principles of what I do, not even your spiritual guide, teacher, therapist, helper, whatever. But it's really simple. You can either participate or not. You'll have to tell me what they say. Oh wow, thank you, Jean. Great. Oh, wonderful. Well, I'll definitely do some work with you afterwards if there's time. So guys, all you have to do is think of something that's troubling you right now. You don't have to tell anyone, you don't have to tell us, you don't have to write in the chat, but something that really causing you a lot of anxiety, a lot of grief. It's really like just gives you, just your heart clutches a little bit, something big is what I'm talking about, personal. Now, there is no right or wrong answer to this, but write in the chat intuitively the first thing that comes to your mind. What color is that situation? Just write in the chat, what color is it? Can be anything, turquoise, green, dark, black, white, whatever it is. No right or wrong. Don't judge yourself. Write in the chat what color it is. Or if Ron, you want to do this, or anybody else, write in the chat.
Ron was the first one. Ron was the first one. It's yellow, okay. Yellow like the song. Yellow like the song, my G. Yellow like the song.
I like it. Okay, now here's the magic bit.
All right.
Now, again, remember, no right or wrong answer to this. Tell me what color should it be, Ron?
Green.
So when you said that, did you feel your energy change around it? Did you feel that immediately when you go from yellow to green, there's a certain, I can feel it in your energy. As soon as you go green, you feel more grounded, you feel a bit more settled. It doesn't
grounded and settled. That's exactly it. Grounded and settled are the words that my brain is too dumb to manifest. But yes, those are the ones. Grounded and whatever the other one was that I've already forgotten because of the ADHD. Yeah.
But you just felt like your energy felt like it just came back into you. And that it didn't have the anxiety. When you go back to yellow, that has a certain anxiety to it. So when you do this with kids, it's wonderful because you can say to them, you know, I don't want to play with so-and-so, don't like my homework, don't like this teacher, this, that, and the other. And because there's no right or wrong answer to it, and it's very personal, all you have to do is say, what color should it be? And live into that. That's the important bit. And that's how quantum energy works. It's as simple as that. That's the work I do. It's a 3-step process. I call it the 3 R's. The first one, as you said, you're correct. You have to reveal the root source of where this started. You can't go, it's like mowing the lawn. It's great.
I can give you the full background for me. Like I'm so self-analytical. I can give you the chain from every problem I have to where it began. And it's breaking the chains I can't do. Right. I might free myself from like hideous self-mental abuse, right? Like, like horrible. And when you get to that depression where it's physical agonizing, right? I've only ever experienced it twice in my life. And the last time it happened, it was almost, it felt like I had to go through it because I was being cleared out. It felt like depression, but it was a very much an emptiness. But then I was rebuilt, if you see what I mean. So I don't really count that one. But I went through 2.5, 3 decades of mental torturous self-abuse in my head, right? Over trivial things, how I look, you know what I mean, all this kind of stuff. It's weird because I don't have any of the hang-ups about myself anymore, but I've still got the same issues with moving forward from that. But we'll talk about that after, because that was an interesting thing that happened, because there was a mad shift, and it was a shift. When you asked me what it felt like, I kind of wish you'd given me 10 seconds so that I was still focused on that, and then I could have probably given you a better assessment, if you see what I mean. But that was really bizarre, right? Because
it is that quick, and people don't believe it, and we don't trust ourselves. But you know when when your intuition kicks in. You know, particularly I would suggest, like, say for women, you know when we sense danger or something, and then we start talking ourselves out of it. So I apologize for not giving you a bit of extra time, but obviously,
no, you're okay.
What I would do is then say to someone, and is that the proper color? You know, is that the real color you feel? Because while you say, and I don't disagree with you, that you can actually go back to all the source points of whatever the issues might be, what I do is go a little deeper. I go into your hidden deep subconscious. Not me, with the aid of my guide. I'd love to say it was me, but this is the aid of my guide. And that's where, you know, the jerking comes in.
The
and
problem
I'll say,
I have, Neha, is I'm fully aware of, there's 3 voices in my head. There's this, I'm fully aware of my subconscious. This is one of the problems that I've had, is at any point, there's the subconscious, which is doing all of these mad algorithmic assessments of everything. And then there's these 2 discussions that are going on in my brain. Do you see what I mean? And when I'm working or I'm focused, I tend to be singing, because when I'm singing, I'm using my subconscious to locate the lyrics, and it shuts that up. You see what I mean? And that's why I can hyper process information, right? I see it as a gift now that I know that I'm not mental, and I know what it is that's going on in there. I use it to my advantage, but
completely
the hyper process is what I've done across.
Well, I was going to go back to what you said about you can't seem to break the chains. Well, what happens is the neurons in your brain, because look, I know I'm very woo-woo. Of course I'm very woo-woo. I'm wearing a nice festival headband woo-woo. But actually this is based in very deep, well-recognized science. The neurons in your brain take 17 seconds to latch onto a thought. That's why the algorithm on TikTok, YouTube,
I get it.
You know, when you do that,
we also like the road of least resistance. That's why we have a snooze button on our phone. If we didn't like the hard road, 6:30 that alarm goes off, you're out of bed. But because we don't like change, our brain is so programmed to take the easy road, right? It's almost like that's my last battle, because I will do it I will accomplish everything, right? If it's a public setting thing, if it's something that we're doing, if it's a job thing, if it's a thing with the family or whatever. But when it's a personal thing just for me, I still haven't gotten over that final hurdle of can be arsed to do it for myself fully. Do you see what I mean?
So I'm going to suggest, there you go. That was my spirit guide came in and suggested that basically, this is where you muscle test. So this, in case you're unfamiliar, I'll just do it really quickly to explain to you again. I won't stand up and show you my rather large derriere. We'll do it with my fingers. It's aesthetically more pleasing. But yeah, you rub your fingers together, make sure you're hydrated. No judgment if you've all had a drink. And you say the words yes. And then you can feel it. It's smooth. It's running. I can see all your fingers are going. Oh, bless you, Sky Spirit, for joining in.
I don't know why my fingers are doing that. I'm sorry. And now all I'm doing is staring at my fingers doing that weird thing.
Now you look like you're doing a bit of Indian dancing, but it's okay. Maybe, maybe in a past life, you never know.
Rock that Bangra, my G. We can get that Bangra going. I'm telling you, I'm down.
We'll do that on another show, definitely.
Hell yeah.
Because actually very appropriate, because we come to the end of what's called the Kuli Yogas, which is basically the very, very tough time you've had for the last 12,000 years. But I go back to the other half of muscle testing, stop, then start again. Now, this time, say the word no and see if it's stickier, if it's rougher. I can see.
To be honest, I can't give you an accurate result. I rubbed my fingers so long it got a bit sweaty, and then we stopped, and then that could have meddled in. So I'm going to redo that in a more controlled environment, because I remember you doing this. Well, you were the lady that was doing the question thing, right? That was this thing, right? Yes. Yeah. Can you go through that again? Because that was really fascinating.
I was, so, just like Asria's, when she does on the Saturday sidekicks with the, oh my God, what did you call it? I'm going to say unicorn.
Unifier. The unifier.
Yeah. Yes and no. So my yes and no comes through muscle testing. And I do it this way because I know how to do it. But this is a very difficult way to explain across the airwaves the amount of pressure you have, and people start doubting. They're like, am I stopping it? Am I holding it? So this way is so simple. There's loads of ways you can use your body as a human pendulum. You stand, you just pause, you ground yourself, drop into your heart center, and then you say yes, see whether you go backwards and forwards, say no, see whether you go back. It's an assessment tool, and that's where you start making statements. Now, this is the most important thing that I have to always bang on about, because people get this a little wrong. They think it's questions. No, you must make a statement, because only a statement can have a yes or no answer to it. So you can say,
that's what I just said. Yeah. Am I a man? Do I have wings? Do I work? Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. And I tell you what, I'm worthy of, or you could say, I self-sabotage.
Oh, 100%. I just want to say to everyone, we talk about the subtleties. We talk about the subtleties of magic all the time. Don't be sitting there yanking your hands apart, expecting a profound moment of your hand to become a steel chain. I was actually sitting with my hands rested like this, and just get yourself into like a neutral point.
14 years. Yeah. It's just easier like this. So this is a very common one. Then we say, I self-sabotage. And luckily mine says, no, I think I just did the release. Because this is the other thing, things come back. Much like the lawn, things come back. They grow back. You have to keep going and clearing. The amount of times I've even said to Beverly, have I really cut cords with my ex? Because it just feels like I haven't. And she goes, no, you haven't. And we have to go back again. So never feel like, oh my God, I did it, didn't work. That's again, a lot of negative monkey mind chatter. That's what we try and stop. And the whole point of muscle testing is that you bypass your brain, which is this endless dialogue, like you've got a diatribe of your own movie that's just going on and on and on with the commentary. You bypass that to go into your soul, to find out the source of everything, to go back to where it all began. And we release it from there. I have a mantra. I call it a mantra. One, because I'm a student of the ancient Vedic wisdom. That is part of my culture, my heritage. But when we say the mantra, we become the mantra. And that's why I use the words mantra. I use a mantra. It takes 30 seconds to release it on all levels or programs or realities or dimensions. And then that's the part 2 when we release it, because if it takes 17 seconds for the neurons in your brain to latch onto a thought, if you get to the source of it, it also takes 17 seconds to release it. So that's why it's important to go to the source, because from the source, so many other things will have grown. It's important to pull that back again. And then you've pulled that all out, a bit like, you know, in England, we have this weed. It's called Japanese knotweed. You know, we think.
Yeah, we got plenty of weed in the, I know what I'm saying. I like that color green. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, not the green. Not the green. The green is plant medicine.
Different show. That's a different show. That's a different show. Beverly's raging. She's raging. Right, no, okay.
A more chilled out show, Ron.
Yeah, man.
But then the point is, the really big important bit is, after you've weeded the garden, removed everything from the bed, what I call the bedrock of your belief system, is to reinstall the yummy good stuff, the stuff we were born with, where we believe we're good enough, that we are worthy, that we are deserving, that we are abundant. You know, for example, everyone can just test in, you know, just in the audience, in the community. Basically, I'll give you a quick one. I'm paid enough. I'm paid my worth. I'm going to tell you 100%. Everybody will come up with a no, because we are mostly all underpaid, especially if you're working for someone else, and if you're employed as well. It's very difficult, because we are everything, because money has become this strange frequency and value. And we get, you know, we value ourselves by money. We need money for everything, or so we're told. Things are changing now. There's a different frequency, a different currency, in my opinion, which is more to do with the soul and spirituality. That's why, you know, again, I say, go have a session with Beverly. You know, go look at all the, I mean, we'll get to her soon, the Sky Spirits, beautiful artwork and all the cards.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's so important, Asria, to join up the dots. So, you know, oh, Tammy, do it. Sorry, I just read the flash of a message. Apologies if I'm not reading all the messages, but I genuinely believe that we are born with all this stuff, and then it becomes programmed out of us. I think Ron Dass has a great quote where he says, we are all just walking each other home. And that's what I believe we're doing. We are all just walking each other home. So take back your sovereignty. Start, you know, trusting yourself. Like, even when, you know, as we move on to Sky, when we talk about cards and everything else, you know, it's about trusting yourself. It's about trusting your intuition about what you see. And you can muscle test. I trust myself. And if you don't, come see me. As it happens, I have actually done a gift for the Frequency family, Awaken. If you put Awaken into, go onto my website, you can get 50% off.
Well, there you go. Hang on a second. That's a fat discount. Let me just find that. Hang on a second. So
you're very welcome.
Hang on a second. Let me just get that up. So, in fact,
bless you. I'm unlocked bliss, because being blissful is our birthright, and we forget that.
Right. Hang on. I'm just trying to get my bloody web browser to fit in the screen. Right. So, what is the website, Neha? Sorry.
Unlocked bliss. So you can do it either through beacons.ai/unlock bliss, but hopefully
it's actually it's in the ticker tape. Neha, I put it in the ticker tape at the bottom for us.
Bless you. See, this is a frequency family. So lovely. But
so
if you
beacons.ai unlock bliss, right?
Yeah. Or it should work with www.unlockedbliss.com. However, miracles I can perform, the mundane, there I am, is harder. So yeah, if you scroll up, I don't know if you can, and not that one, the other one, that way, up. Oh. Yeah. So those two, not the one that the 150 and the Journey to Joy, they're called Journey to Joy.
Okay.
So I price it purposely, the one session, higher than the 3 sessions, because I want to encourage people to do a minimum of 3 sessions to build some kind of foundation and momentum, so that you start having some confidence in yourself. And there, obviously, I'd love to do people, like I said, I do general stuff, but you know, some stuff is very personal, very private. Prior to 2020, I mostly worked with SA survivors to help them release their trauma without reliving it. I have 2 community projects, because my company is actually a CIC company, which for international viewers means it's a community interest company. So I make a profit for a purpose. So I actually have some high-end Hollywood clients who fund my community projects. And I have two of those. One is called the We Too Project, which comes after the Me Too. And the other one is called Love You By, which is basically for separate support. So if you go and put in AWAKEN as a very big thank you for the honor of having me on as your guest more than once. I think it's about my third or fourth time now.
Awesome,
I love this community. You know, I'm here because I was part of the community. I was the one who was sitting there listening to Ron so much that after a while I could hear his voice in my head.
That's awesome, man. Like, I'm telling you, well, listen, you're about to be a big part of
London Chico had this male Scottish voice just talking.
That's wild. That is wild, man. Listen, our community is awesome. Like and share. Get this shared out. The next guest that we've got coming up is Sky Spirit. If you don't know her name, I guarantee you know what she does for a living. You've probably seen some of her artwork. You may own some of her artwork. And I'm very excited. But before we do that, listen. Before we do that, if there's still any fully grown adults out there that haven't liked this stream, what are you doing with your life, right? That you think you're so good and you're better than everyone else that you've not liked the stream. Is that what it is? You're not. If we're all equal, get it liked, get us shared, get subscribed. Muscle, exactly. Subscribe.
To share, like.
Exactly. Now we're
have a session with Asria. That's why I say to my clients, muscle test. It is for my highest and best good to share the Sean Atwood AWAKEN program, have a session with Beverli, eat this food, buy this tarot deck, sleep with that person, phone that man.
Hell yeah. There you go. There you go. Beverly's like, now you listen, relax, lady, relax. No, listen, you guys give good advice and guide people on the right path.
So I just want to add that we've been looking through the chat as well, and we've been looking at some individuals that we would like to choose for Asria to do a level 1 alien DNA next week. So they are Wendy Korn, Honeybee, Jean Grey Mark II, and Lorraine Treggett.
Five people. Well,
no, we're not going to do 5 people, but the individuals need to agree that they would allow themselves to be on the show next week with the lovely Asria, and also they need to send through a comment to say yes, that they agree and give permission for Asria to read them.
Done this in the most complicated way possible, Beverly Rhodes. Okay,
we can't read people without their permission.
That's right.
No, I understand that. So listen, if anybody's name was just read there, can you put like 3 big exclamation marks like this, and then permission like this? I probably spelled permission wrong, but you can see how I've done it with the big exclamation marks. Can you do that for us, just so that we can catch you quicker? That would be awesome. And other than that, Beverly, great idea. You're freaking legend. I just want to remind everyone else, if you want to come and join the Discord, we will be answering questions. You'll be able to come and talk to the one and only Beverli Rhodes, and of course myself and the panel members. So absolutely. And Neha, thank you for the demonstration of the color magic and stuff like that. Honestly, it was great. I don't know if anyone
in the chat had the same experience or not, but it's,
to be honest, Ron was flipping out and wasn't paying attention.
But I want to piggyback on what you just said and what Beverli just said. This is why she is the Master Jedi and so good at what she does.
Hell yeah.
Asking permission is vital. And I'm going to say, do not work with anyone who does not ask permission first, because they don't know what they're doing. They're not professional. They don't understand how important it is, your energetic field. There are too many people who just, obviously there's lots of people now, there's a growing awareness, a growing community, but especially on social media. And I say this to all my clients as well. Do I have your permission? Without don't work with that person. So that's why she's the Jedi Master.
but I need to prefix this though. Surely, unless
Thank you,
they're,
dear.
they're a really evil person, right? If you're battling evil, there's no rules though, right, Neha? Like if we're going up against evil, then we get a pass, right? Surely that has to be a thing, right? Because if we're dealing with real monstrous individuals, or there's people whose lives are at risk, the individuals who are entrapping these people, to me, they gave up their rights the minute they crossed over into the evil zone. So
I
what do you think about that?
No,
Or are you a purist? Are you a purist on this, Neha? Are you like, no, permission is all. We must stay pure. We must stay pure. And that's okay but that's okay, because like you need people who are that level of purity and vibe. Like there's enough people, like trust me, I'm capable of horrendous things and able to sleep like sound like a baby if someone has crossed a line. And we need people who are capable of that. It's not about trying to get you to agree with me. It's completely fine if you're a purist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think for me, when you're working with someone, because when you're working with someone, oh, Michelle, bless you. You are opening a certain portal in yourself, in your energetic field. You are opening yourself up. And so when you're engaging with someone, then, there is a co-collaboration. I guided you, Ron. I asked your permission. We did what we had to do. You did it, as a result. I'm not talking about when you're fighting the good fight. That's a whole different ball game. Then you have to do a lot more other things. You have to have protection. You have to really know what you're doing. But you also can make yourself vulnerable. What people don't understand is any kind of moment where your brain is dissociated from your soul, you immediately open a little portal for anything to come in. This is another thing people can muscle test. I have entities, I have waywards, I have fallen angels. Don't get scared by any of those words. Very easy to remove. And that's the other thing. Even if they didn't want to come work with me to remove it, they can do it themselves. Beverly will tell you this as well. We forget the power of our words. Ron, you say that. You've made friends with your shadow side. You've made friends. You've taken ownership. You said it. Your word. Your word. And that's the bit we forget. We forget, that's why I can muscle test till the cows come home for you. I know the answer before you're going to say it to me because my guides will give it to me. But I purposely teach people to muscle test because I genuinely believe it's part of them taking ownership of their own sovereignty, taking ownership of their own power. Because once you start getting clarity on yourself that no one else can tell you what to do, how to do it, what to wear, what to eat, what to do, anything else, then you immediately keep all that energy in you. You keep that power in you. You can start harnessing all your hidden power. And I genuinely believe, as I mentioned earlier, the Gully Yoga is finished at the end of March. We're in a really exciting collaborative time now. So, anybody who feels stuck, feels like, why is the world saying it's all exciting and all these wonderful new things are happening, but I still want to just, dive under the duvet and not come out? Well, that's because there's certain things that you have, patterns, neurons, as I said, in your brain, they kind of hardwire. Dr. Joe Dispenza, for example, is brilliant at explaining this, explaining just how the brain works. They hardwire, they fuse, and the brain doesn't understand the difference between the past and the present. So every time you redo something, it re-triggers it.
Because there's no timeline. Yeah.
So
exactly. That's exactly the way it is. Perfect. So Sky Spirit, who's been sitting very patiently. Sorry, Neha, you're breaking up there a little bit. So I don't know why it was breaking up, was going, I don't know, a bit in and out. So we have Sky Spirit with us now, who's been waiting patiently.
Very patiently.
Very patiently.
Hello, I am so excited to be here.
Oh, that's lovely, and welcome to it as well. And I'm going to ask you, for all of our viewers and all of those in the chat, could you explain to us about this amazing work that you're doing, how you actually channel and how you receive downloads for all your beautiful artwork? Because you are the one who is the person, the creative person behind all these amazing oracle cards that we're finding in the stores now. And how does this all happen? What happens? Tell us all about it, please.
Before I don't do all of them. I do some of them, but there's a lot of artists working in that way. But yeah, I do quite a few of them, and I've done quite a few for decades now, really. So I'm currently working with Hay House, but I've worked with a different publisher and also with independent sort of authors who are doing their own decks. So it all started for me really back when I was a child. I did a lot of out-of-body work, and I thought literally that it was normal. I thought everybody did what I called upwards and backwards. So I used to sit, and I know exactly where it was. I used to sit on the bottom stair of our staircase and just go upwards and backwards into space. And then I'd like communicate with entities, with angels, with spirit energies around me. And I'd think this was completely normal. And because I liked painting and I loved drawing and always had done, it was really natural for me to actually just to start to draw these things and to start to paint what I was seeing and to sort of work out methods of how to put into the visual what you perhaps experience as a feeling. So take that clairvoyance, clairsentience, clairaudience and translate it to the visual. So I'd been doing that for a long, long time. And I didn't realize that I was actually astral traveling until a lot of years had passed. And it was actually when I was in my 20s when I'd actually started to wake up. I started to wake up out of body and literally at the ceiling looking down at my body, and I thought, this is really strange. Does everybody do this? And so back in the day, I am showing my age now, I went to the library to look these things up. I had no phone then, so I went to the library. I was like, oh my god, I'm doing something called astral traveling. And you know, the weird thing was that even the nuanced things about it, like the sensations you get when you're leaving, when you're going into the astral, like the vibrations and things like that, there were people from all over the world who'd written exactly the same experiences as I was having. So I was really blown away with it. And it was at that time I decided, because it had always been spontaneous and I'd done it, but I thought, right, I'm really going to dig into this and I'm going to learn the inside and the outside of all this so I can do it at will and I can work out a methodology of doing it and I'm just going to nail it. So that's what I did for a while. And that's how I started to expand what I was doing and develop sort of methods of having a two-way communication with other entities that I'd meet. So there was that going on. And then I've forgotten the question now. See, I'm just rabbiting on. Right, I know I've got it. So I was doing that. And then I also started to work as an artist. Now, what I noticed, because I was a landscape artist, but what I noticed was that as I was painting, you know, when you sort of go into a trance, when you're doing something creative, you fall through the page of something. So I was literally sort of going into that trance state and I'd stand back from a landscape and like, bang, there'd be an angel there. Like, shit, sorry, I didn't mean to draw an angel, but there is one there now. So I started focusing on creating the paintings of what I was seeing more than the landscapes. And then lo and behold, they started to be more popular. And I think I shared them on social media. And then I started getting a lot of, this is back in 2009, so it's quite some time ago. And I started getting feedback from people saying, you know, what they'd actually experienced using the images. And this, I've got this here, I have a prop. This is the first one that I did.
Oh, wow. So, that's beautiful. Oh, my goodness.
Stunning.
So that's majestic. Yeah, that's my first angel and always majestic. My favorite.
Majestic and is the word. 100%.
She's a powerful angel of protection. And I've kept her with me forever. And then awesome. Literally the second one, don't worry, I will drop the props eventually. The second one is upside down. No, this one is the golden healing angel.
These are sick.
Wow. Stunning. Oh, I want one.
This is another popular one that's used sort of for meditations and healing it's been used for years and years by people all over the place. But that one, when I painted that one, it was really weird because I painted it and then I put it to dry on this shelf, okay? And I went out and I had 3 little seedlings in pots on my windowsill and they weren't doing particularly well, but they were like on the windowsill. And I came in and these seedlings had turned their heads away from the window to the painting as it was drying. So they'd actually turned to look at the painting, which was so lovely. So that was how I started. And then eventually, I mean, I worked with a few authors, and I worked with independent sort of people who'd done their own tarot decks and things like that and needed some artwork done, and people that had done oracle cards. A lot of the time I work as like a ghost artist. So I don't mean like painting ghosts. I mean, like, somebody will want to release a deck, but they'll want to be the artist of it, so to speak. So I'll be the one working background. It's like, as long as you pay me, I don't mind.
You hold the careers of many.
In that respect.
Well, hey, listen, no, you're in the best power position, right? You hold the careers of many people that would like to claim your work for theirs in your hands. I'm down with that.
I just say that's fine. That's fair enough.
Hell yeah, it is.
When I'm working with Hay House, I get to have my name on the card, so that's pretty good. But they approached me back in 2021, I think it was, for the first deck that I did for them. Was written by a guy called Gordon Smith. I'm going to show you how that works, because that's the deck of cards that I did initially with Hay House by this guy called Gordon Smith. He's a fab medium. Now, the cards themselves will look like, for example, that's one of the cards, and this will be, that will be the painting for it.
Damn!
So,
Oh,
that's
beautiful! Oh, wow!
So,
what a business plan.
I forgot they were this big.
I'm telling you, what a business plan as well. You want me to do your oracle cards, which are this size? You just need to commission me to do 72 full-size paintings. My G. Hell yeah, that is sick. Hold them side by side again, because I
tried to sell Hay House the paintings as well, but they didn't want to know. So I've got
these are ridiculous. I mean, obviously you're a renowned artist. You don't need me telling you how good your stuff is, right? But these are sick.
That is. Would you sell the paintings eventually? I mean, are you prepared to sell the paintings? Or you are?
I've got them on my website as we speak.
Yeah,
you've got to have an exhibition. Sort it out. She's got to have an exhibition. Stunning.
You have to have an exhibition. Neha's saying, "Oh my God, look at that!"
Literally, since I finished these ones, I always said, right, because like I've been asked a few times, will you sell this one? Will you sell that one? Like individual ones. And I said, no, you know what? I want to sell them all together. I want somebody to buy that deck of cards who goes, I have to own all those paintings. And so I've sat with them all for 2 years because nobody wants them all. So I've now put them on my website and started to sell them one by one. But I was gutted because I thought, as soon as I sell one, I've devalued the whole set. But the money got the better of me. I've got to live. I've had to do it.
No negative talk.
Can we not listen? Can we not just sell prints? Can you not just do prints, man? Like I feel. Could you not have just done like prints, like get 100 prints done and done them that way? Or because
I can't with Hay House because they own the copyright. So
listen, Hay House,
copyright. I can't even use them for anything like that. I can just sell the originals,
the paintings.
But my own work, like I sell prints of my own work, like that one behind there. That's called the Tree of Life, and I sell a lot of those as well.
Honestly, can we not? We need to arrange like a Beverly Roads mega meet, right? Where we we put all this art on display. Neha's there doing her freaking giving it this in the corner, doing all this, right?
Awesome.
Getting buzzed by our guide, giving it this, right? You know what I'm saying?
We have Asria doing hers with her aliens. Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Oh man, can we?
Yeah, that seems like do you know what? We've actually got enough people in our little soul tribe that we could actually put on a sick little event somewhere. If I'm being honest with you. Also, Ron will be selling Pokemon at the event. You can find my stall at all of our events. No, but I think that's a great idea. We should think about it.
Move over mind, body, and soul event, isn't it? Like we can do this.
Can I ask a question? Please,
yes, please
Ron.
Do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because I'm fascinated with your work. Oh my God, Sky Spirit, lovely to meet you. Namaste, beautiful work. I just fallen in love with it because my original training was actually in fashion, and we had to basically paint. And what sort of mediums are you using? Because I think as well, if you print it, it doesn't have the same energy as when you've actually done, because your hand energetically touching paper, there's energy frequency in it. You know, I believe that everybody should do some kind of creativity because that is your connection to source. And I just can feel it. I can see the energy. That's why I think you should have an exhibition. You should sell only the live pictures because they have a frequency and an energy to them. What medium do you use?
Well, I use for those ones are acrylic on a box canvas, which is really easy and nice to use because it doesn't dry really quickly. So, you know, you can work with it a lot. But I also, I mean, I use acrylic, I use watercolors, I use all sorts of pencils, but I also use digital. So these are, I've just put these to one side. That's sort of digital work. I do like, these are full moon cards. There were different full moons. That's strawberry moon. That's worm moon for different full moons. Snow moon, wolf moon.
So those
moons. We've got Sabbaths. That's the goddess at Ostara, goddess at Litha. So I'm developing those at the moment into a range of cards, but they're digital. So it's like two different sides of things there, Neha. I love working in acrylics, but I often get asked to work digitally because it's so much quicker. But there's still, I do find you still infuse the same energy into something that you're working on, and that intention goes into it. So I try to think about, you know, putting into the artwork the actual feeling, no matter what medium it is. Although personally, I love working hands-on with something that I can get my hands in and get messy with, and I do find that easier. But I've had to move on. I'm a bit of a dinosaur. Like people, you know, are like, oh, can you not work digitally? So I had to learn to work digitally.
Wow.
Well, I've got a question for you, right? I've always wanted to make my own deck. It's a very unique deck that I've got in mind. And I would just have you make the originals as my deck, right? So there wouldn't be a bigger picture. And have you ever tried doing that art where you're carving something out of a piece of wood and imprinting it with the paint?
Yes.
Onto a card.
Oh, what's it called?
I would want very sigil, very rudimentary shape. So if it was a crow card or a stag card, it would be very much just the outline of the head and the horns imprinted on the cards. And that one step.
What is it? What is it called?
There's a fancy
so like a lithograph.
That's the one. Lino printing.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's because that would mean that the deck that I commission you to create, we would have my founding deck, and then if the public wanted to kickstart something or buy their own copy or have Ron's mad way of doing the cards, we could then duplicate them and put them out that way, if you see what I mean. Because
yes, there's companies, there's printing companies that will just print you one deck, because there's some people that want their own artwork, obviously, for their cards, because they're readers. They're a bit like me. I'm obsessed with reading cards because I'm so visual. And there's companies who will literally just print one, but you're paying like through the nose for that. You know, you're paying quite a lot for one deck. But then they'll print you a short run as well. You know, like Hay House will have thousands and thousands of printed of a deck, but you can get like, I think I was looking the other day and say for, let's say 100 decks, you'd get them for like £5, £6, £7, something like that.
You should be designing your own decks, going on to Kickstarter and saying, this is my new deck, it's coming out. Do you want to pre-order it? People pre-order it, then the Kickstarter ends, then you send off for your run of cards, and then it's just sheer profit off the top for you.
I just don't have that sort of brain though, Ron. I just don't know how to do
that. You're talking about 45 minutes worth of work one afternoon for me, right? And I'll show you how to set this up, because you should be completely independent on this. You should be having people come to you as a community and go, yeah, this is what's missing from the Oracle card scene. We want this kind of deck. And then you show people the artwork, you put it up on Kickstarter, and people go on and they buy it. And it's how things are done now. You ever seen the little games with the little plastic model men like Dungeons and Dragons? People have a whole career from making little custom plastic little dudes or freaking custom golf club cover, you name it. People will kickstart it. And because you're an independent artist, people will get behind you. Because you're in the Beverly Roads style community as well, people will get behind it. And because you've got a reputation, people will get behind it. But there's a whole
I
new way.
agree. I agree
There's
with
a
Ron
whole
here.
new way.
Really,
Yeah.
I agree with
There's a whole
Ron,
new
Sky Spirit. Your work is phenomenal. The pictures are
Thank you.
amazing.
Plus, as
really
well,
Really
you
gorgeous.
you can go super high end as well.
Mm.
Because people like me, I would pay for the deluxe version of any deck of cards. I would pay for the stupid.
Yeah.
I'm a guy on YouTube. Take my AdSense money version, and you can do that. I mean, I'm a leather worker. I've got 30. I'm a master leather worker. It's over 14,000 hours over like 30 something years, right? And the amount of people you have your niche market that want to pay £50 for something, but then you've got the £500 version of that £50 thing, and there's a market for it too. And I'm telling you, just from what you were saying about, I like, money, I've got to live and all that. There's a whole digital world out there that will get right behind you, and you'll find that you're making decks and artwork that you want, and it's community driven, and you're not shelling out a penny until that Kickstarter ends. There's no upfront, nothing. Kickstarter will pay you out, you do your print run, and everything's out, and that's it, you're done.
Ron, mate, show me the way. This has to be done.
Absolutely. You must do it, because your energy, that's why you had to be on the show tonight, to feel all this amazing energy of love, to hear all the energies of ideas, all these people that will understand how to get your talents out there. Your pictures and your art and your energy is amazing.
Yeah, no more selling that. No more. It's really, this is just me a reaction to you selling those originals. Like that was, you know what I'm saying? Like we need that. That needs to stop. Those need to stay in the sets of the decks. And then, once you've released 10 or 20 decks and you've got this internet hype behind you, then you can be like, who wants one of these bad boys in the full set at £260,000 for the entire set?
Exactly. Exactly.
I like it.
Yes. And can we see some of that artwork again, please, for those that have just joined the chat? Some people
I was just going to say to Neha as well, I wanted to say I'm actually from this community as well. I've spent ages in the chat watching these lot and thinking, well, I want to be part of that. It's so wonderful.
Oh,
and guess who heard the energy? I heard you.
Well, I just want to say to Beverly as well, we don't have to worry about time for the show tonight. Sean's away, so Ron's just going to keep it going. Ron might do some cards later, so just don't worry. I understand if you guys have got time schedules, feel free, whatever, but I'm just letting you guys know, don't feel pressure.
That's perfect. Thank you, Ron. Let's see this one again. We just want to see a few again. So this one was the angel.
This was the first one that I ever did when I decided to sort of go upwards and backwards with a paintbrush in my hand. So this was me going astral, but actually drawing it at the same time. And this is majestic.
Phenomenal.
Did anybody ever see that first series of Heroes where the guy would go into that crazy mind?
Yes, I did. I saw Heroes.
She's a tiny, other than the brown substance that he injected to get into that state. This is similar to that because he goes into that state and paints from a different world. Very cool. I mean, he does end up blowing up the entire planet, but that's another story. But these are awesome.
The others, there was one where you had the card and then you had the actual one, which was amazing.
Yeah, so I had two. So that was the second one that I did. That was
that is amazing.
Healing angel. It's like reflecting the light a bit.
It's the one artist in the world that it would just have to be a whole back tattoo or nothing, right? There ain't no little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole back piece or a whole calf piece. There's no little bit. That is
look at that!
That's that one. That one is. This is how I get the information from, like, say, the author through Hay House. So this says you have the ability to affect your own destiny, and what it is, I will have got his channeling. So that's basically the title of it. You have the ability to affect your own destiny, and then he would have sent me a couple of paragraphs of the information that he channeled from spirit, because he channeled from 4 groups of spirits to create the deck. He'll send me the information, then I'll use that a bit like a bloodhound with an old sock. I'll use that to, like, as a tag lock to lock into his energy, then to follow that energetic pathway to the spirits that he has connected with. Then I'll go astral then I'll get the images from them, and then I'll start painting. So that's where you get that to that. So
beautiful.
Okay, let's do an experiment, right? We've got how many people on YouTube? We've got close to
and that one's
yeah.
beautiful. I love all of them. Oh, and we're getting amazing comments in the side chat. Holy freaking wow. And we're getting others that are saying, Aisha is saying, stunning Skybird. Happy birthday, Aisha, as well. Midnight Angel is, everybody's just saying, oh wow. Yeah, everybody.
I can't see the chat, but trust me, I'll be watching it back afterwards to see.
Okay, if for example, Sky Spirit was to start a Kickstarter for a unique, brand new, you're supporting her custom Oracle deck, put a 1 in the side chat if you would be interested in purchasing that. Just
don't do that. A lot of people put 2 and I'll be like,
no, I'm not giving them the option for a 2. It's just put a 1 in the side chat or shut up, right? So
I was going to interrupt you. Sorry to be so rude, but this is what I was actually going to say to you, Sky. So one of the projects that I did, especially before the pandemic, is called Monetize Your Magic, particularly for light workers, for creators who don't have the confidence to know what to do and how to monetize their magic. So we can do an exchange of energy, and I will take you through that because
I seen her first, Neha. I seen her first. Muscle in here. No, how dare you? How dare, and live on the clip this. Talk about free will. Talk about free will. No, listen, relax you. Okay, but I got you. You have got this from an independent point of view, man. You have got this.
But this is your subconscious that makes Sky go, I'm sorry, I need the money. And I went back to people being paid stuff. I'm sorry, you don't have anything to apologize. And your creative work should be valued and is
100%.
Now, I don't know if you've been watching. As we all are. But that's in your deep subconscious. You can go home. Your homework is to muscle test. I am worthy of being paid. I deserve to be paid for my artwork. It's in your deep subconscious. It's saying. And
do you know what else works really well? Massive numbers on Kickstarter from the backing of a community. Right out the back, money. But Neha's going to fix the back end of this. I'm just going to make sure you get. Can I ask? Can you see all the ones that I'm putting on the screens right now? Can you see them all changing in front?
Can I see
hundreds and hundreds of ones?
Yeah, I'm like blushing.
Look, it's not ending. It's not ending. It's just keeping on going.
So beautiful.
So I mean, I would say that's at least
I'm so excited.
100 people that would do that. And obviously, everyone understands there's a premium on these things as well. But the beauty of it is,
gorgeous.
Yeah, that's the beauty of what you are from source. You just told us a little story about the little girl sitting on a step who done the backwards forwards. That's the most like freaking the upside down in bloody Stranger Things that I've ever heard. That's how a kid would describe something. Do you see what I mean? And
it's exactly how it felt. I had no idea what I was doing.
It's incredible, and seeing the art and seeing the process, and now we all understand. Oh my gosh, she's doing like full-size oil paintings and then they're shrinking them down, bro. Do you know what I mean?
It's beautiful,
that is something that needs to be expanded on, because the digital world is going to eat you up like a delicious yogurt, just num 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 num.
I can do that. I can be a yogurt.
Yeah, right. Do you know what I'm saying? Some Icelandic shizzle. You know what I'm saying? Get some of those raw oats in there. But people would love it, and I think that's what people need. You need to be the conjurer of cards for the community, the creator of decks, the facilitator of people's interpretation of what they get from cards, because there's so many ways to say what is happening, right? It's your guides that are pulling you to this, it's the universe, whatever. But to be able to refine how you interpret things, I think is really, really important. At least it is for me, because I often feel like I ignore everything in the little book that comes with the cards, and it's about my interpretation. And
you should ignore it generally.
Some 99% of the time, yes. It's either completely ignored or the book nails it. It's either one of the two.
Yeah.
but I very rarely go to the book. And I just want to say we've got everyone waiting in the side to come on and ask questions and things like this. So at this point, I'm going to start bringing a few people in just so that Sky Spirit and Neha and Beverly and myself are here. But we're also going to keep going with our interview with Sky Spirit, because I'm excited to see what comes from all this. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Now, the first person I'm going to pull in is Kiwi. Kiwi, are you there? She's panicking. She's getting her mic. I can hear her rustling around. Are you there, Kiwi?
Yes, I'm just going to put up a photo, can I?
You're just going to what?
Of spiritual artwork.
You're going to show off some artwork, did you say?
Yeah, I've just tried to photograph 4 oil paintings I did of like very spiritual artwork.
Listen, Kiwi, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. If you can turn your TV off and get the photos ready, and I'll come back to you, that'd be great. But then I'm going to pull Deanne in, one of our very much. Oh, they're sick. Yeah, I'll be coming back to you in a second, Kiwi. Yeah, wait till you see these oil paintings.
We are aware that we're not really showing artwork on the screen at the moment, are we?
Well, it's her own paintings.
Okay.
It's her own paintings. Yeah, we're okay. We should be okay. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I'll be okay.
Are there any other Neha? Do you have any other questions for Sky Spirit at the moment?
No, other than for me, as I said, I got very clearly it is a lot to do with your own hidden self-limiting beliefs. Without going into anything too personal, I do get it, because as I said, my original training was in fashion. We do artwork. I actually do an art therapy course called with fluid art. That's why I asked you what sort of mediums you use, because I have a thing called we do it in bars, so it's called Poor Decisions, spelled P-O-U-R, because
pouring.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
I love that. I'd love to learn how to do that, Neha. It's so fabulous.
It's very easy. It's very easy. It's lovely.
It just looks so great, though, doesn't it? It's amazing.
Yeah, it really looks great. It's so easy to do. I do it with that and decoupage. It's very intentional, because it's to show that there are no mistakes in life. Decoupage, if you don't know, is the French fancy word when we used to do paper mache and rip up little bits of paper and then glue it all together. So you've got loads of broken bits of artwork you put together, and it's one beautiful thing. And that's what I mean. For me, when I look at your artwork, I can very clearly see you have channeled the information. That is a blessing. It is a gift. And that's why I'd want the original, because I would want to feel the frequency and idea of it. And
right.
I'm going to suggest the thing in the way of you being magnificently successful.
Exactly.
Is possibly your which I understand, because I have the same thing. We all have it. We don't like to sell ourselves. We come from a place of wanting to heal the world and help, and every single one, and we're going to say Beverly does the same, that we undersell ourselves. We don't want to be those people that constantly banging on about come work with us, promote ourselves. And I'd say that's the only thing in the way. The work is magnificent, and I do not say that lightly, and I have some knowledge of work, so I'm saying that with some degree of expertise. But I can see, and Beverly will tell you as well, it's very hard for you to receive that. That's why you went, oh my God, when all the ones came up.
That's why you did the wiggle. That's why you did the wiggle. So Unknown Angel Books by Natalia Stevenson Oak has said, this is specifically for you, Sky Spirit. Oh, wow. Do you do Angela McGruer deck of cards? Because she does angel cards. I met her at Borders, which is the shop Borders, and I just witnessed my first silver angel. Did you do those cards, perhaps? Or you're not allowed
No,
to
I didn't. No, I didn't do those ones. No, I can say I didn't. But I'd love to see them. And by silver angel, do you mean that you saw a manifestation of a silver angel? Is that what?
We're hoping so. So I will say to the lady who asked the question, will you please just put that in the chat, because that was a question back to you, whether you saw the silver angel manifesting. That would be great to tell us.
to check out your artwork. What card decks have you done, Sky Spirit? In case the viewers want to check out your
plug it.
Well, it's probably easier just to go to my website, and there's if you go to skyspirit.co.uk, and then there's a lot of the paintings that I've done there. Some of the oracle decks that are on there, but there's also a lot of them that I can't actually say that I've been involved with for
Of course,
reasons.
You were
not published under my name.
You were a ghost artist.
I'm a ghost artist.
Egos in the spiritual community too. We all have one.
Yeah.
I just realized some of these are prints, right? Yeah, your original works are prints. Yeah, because I just about died when I seen the prices. And
no, some of the artworks,
$32.99.
my original art's on there, but the prints are on there as well, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Because you were about to have a stern conversation about the worth of your talent if the originals were $32.99. Okay, I thought just stop, because I was going to say you're about to sell out. Okay, I'll tell you this right now. You know, if they're all $32.99, you're about to sell out right now. But no, it's priced appropriately. Thank God.
I actually sell very little generally because I'm absolutely rubbish at marketing, and I think a lot of creative people are. You're either creating or you're marketing, and I'm no good at marketing. I'm just like, I'll do the creation and then that's it. It'll just sit somewhere and not be sold. So I think, and I think as well, and this will be the same whether you're, say, if you're doing readings with cards or you're an artist, and a lot of people do think that it's all for free and it's for the love of it, and it is in many cases, but there's also that energy exchange, because even as artists, as people that work with cards, people like yourselves, we have to live. We have to live. And so I wouldn't expect somebody to come to me and they go, will you fix my toilet? You're a plumber, fix it now. I'm not going to pay you for that. Obviously, that's from the good of your heart. But so I sort of, that's how I think some people approach artists. I've had so many times, give me your art, I'll put it on my wall. Loads of people will see it. And you're like, oh, I don't want to say no, but no.
I have friends who are really accomplished artists and potters. They get paid very, very well, as they should do, for their work. When you say you're no good at marketing, you are reaffirming the neurons in your brain that tell you can't do it. And you can. I'm telling you, honestly, and this applies to all of us. The negative, we have to watch our negative self-talk. The fact that you've got on here, the fact that you have got connected with Beverli, that you're here in a community, your frequency family that have appreciated your artwork. You're not that rubbish at marketing, babe, because you got on here. So maybe look at what you can do and stop talking about what you can't.
So right.
We've been here for this.
Remember? It sort of feels like not right, though, doesn't it? To sort of
got it, because in your deep subconscious,
do it.
You don't think you're worthy of it. And also what happens is that sometimes for us, when we do things that come very easily or simply, or we've had it from a young age, we take it for granted that this is something, as you said, everybody can do. No, everybody cannot do what you do, Sky Spirit. It is beautiful artwork. And because I come from, in the sort of 3D matrix from an artist point of view, that's my training, BA. I had to do all that in order to be fashion degree. But also I come now from a different angle. I'm going to say the only thing in the way is your self-belief. You can muscle test. I believe I'm worthy of.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about your self-belief anymore. Ron's here to batter that into you with hardcore marketing and sales. So that will come with fact checks.
But she has to change her deep subconscious to attract people, because honestly, that's when you attract with ease. That's the point.
Yeah.
When you change your deeps, you want to attract with ease. You don't have to be fighting people and saying, join my Kickstarter, please join my Kickstarter. I'm begging your family and friends. No. You want people to
thank you, Alma.
Because they can feel your energy. You believe in yourself. Sorry, I've taken over again. I've done a Ron.
Yes, you have done a Ron, Neha. So I think the question I've got for Sky Spirit is: do you personally, when you are doing your cards and you've done all these amazing things, is there a particular deck that you could say is your favorite deck, that a lot of your energies, your soul energies, your heart chakra energies, is there one deck specifically that really resonates with you and that you felt that was your best work as a deck that's gone out into the greater universe?
Well, I think it would be the Healing Spirits deck. I think it would be that one. But I have to say, for my own readings, because I do a lot of work with cards myself, and I'm actually a Rider-Waite girl. So I use the standard tarot deck. I use the old images from the Rider-Waite tarot. And I think with images, sometimes you've got like, with Rider-Waite, for example, you've got a deck which has been around for hundreds of years, and it's infused with the energy of all the people that have used it to read, and it's understood, and it's just one of those things. It's iconic, and I think it operates as well with your sort of the archetypes of the unconscious. So it's so strongly rooted in how we understand ourselves and other people that it's a really easy deck to work with. So I prefer working with tarot than I do working with oracle, because I believe it as, you know, life isn't all like love and light. And there's a lot of oracle decks which are oracle decks can be so love and light that you're like, does nothing bad happen here ever?
Right.
Yeah. So the tarot can be a little bit scary for people, but so can life be scary. So, and it's, you know, I think I prefer working with the tarot. Now, one thing I'll have to say there is that I found out recently that the original Rider-Waite designs were the artist who created them, wonderful artist, but she died such a long time ago that those designs are not subject to copyright, which means that you can use those designs.
Redesign them,
you can redesign the designs.
Yeah, you could.
Spin to them. So I'm actually currently remastering the Rider-Waite deck with a Sky Spirit twist. So I'm hoping that those, Beverly, are going to be my favorite go-to cards for reading.
Of course. So you're re-imaging. That's fantastic that you're re-imaging. And you know, you got such a great talent, and really you deserve good fortune. And I know that you didn't reach out to me. I know that. And I know that in your mind, you were reaching out in your mind to be able to say, I want someone to notice me. And you know what? You said it so many times when you were in the chat that I actually heard you. And that's why I asked you if you would come on and talk about your amazing gift. So
I just bought one of your paintings. I just bought one of your prints as well. So that'll be hanging behind me. I did,
wow.
So that's going on the wall behind me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wow. Congratulations. May this be the first of many. May this be the first of many.
Okay. Girl takes Klarna, so pay it up in 3 monthly installments, people. It's a fantastic thing.
Oh, Klarna for the win.
Absolutely, 100%.
Do you do private commissions, Sky? Do you do private?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I started before I was doing cards. I was doing like aura paintings and energy paintings, and I do a lot of commissions where I'll work with somebody and I'll tune into the energies around them, whether they're sort of spirit energies of people that have passed or their own energy, their higher self, and then I'll have like a arranged meditation with them so that I can sort of work with them as they're in meditation as well, and then I'll create the painting for them. So I do commissions like that with people. So I've been doing those for since 2009 now, so quite a long time. Yeah,
it's freaking awesome, man. Well, I can't wait to have that angel on my wall. And I'm going to just drag some people in for some questions, just while we're all still here.
I'll have to contact my printer now, Ron, because my printer is the best printer in the world, by the way, and he's like 40 miles from me because I live in the middle of nowhere. So I'll have to contact him, then I'll have to go and get your print. I'm excited.
Listen, don't. There's no rush. There's no rush. I'm really. I couldn't answer.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Sky.
Well, we have got
and,
Deanne.
Obviously, we're going to find a lot of people.
Yeah. Hello, Deanne. Welcome. How are you? Hello. Welcome to the show. You're here with Beverly, Neha, and Sky Spirit. You're no stranger to the Sean Atwood channel now. You're becoming a little regular voice here. But how are you doing, Deanne? Have you got a question for the ladies? Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, they've answered quite a lot of my questions already, to be fair. I mean, I've had Sky Spirit might be able to, I don't know if she's doing cards tonight, but maybe she could pull me a card. Obviously I'm not gonna be able to listen to it, but whatever you think, really.
Of course you can listen to it. You should be able to hear us, all right? You can hear us.
Yeah, I can just, yeah.
Yeah, well, just turn me up. If you right click on me in Discord, you'll get like a volume bar, and just turn me up a little bit, and you should be able to hear us a little bit better.
Lovely. Thank
Lovely
you.
job,
All done.
Right, we have got the wonderful Sky. I believe she is shuffling cards right now.
I am.
She is shuffling. Okay, and she's doing her thing. So we'll let her.
Deanne, do you have a certain question?
That's perfect.
I don't. I'm pretty good at the moment, to be honest. Is this just a fleeting good moment that I'm having, maybe?
Is this a fleeting good moment?
Laugh.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So what I've pulled for you here is the 10 of Wands reverse. So the 10 of Wands reverse talks about you felt burdened. You felt like you're almost carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, but that time is coming to an end. So what this card is telling you is that you've worked really, really hard to achieve something. And at times you felt like, God, I can't keep up this energy anymore. My level of energy to accomplish this goal is like way, way, way too much. So it feels like you're operating at full sort of pelt all the time. Your foot's right down on the gas. When this card is reversed, it's telling you that that time is passing. So it's time to put down those burdens. It's time to take your foot off the gas, and it's time to reap the excuse me, to reap the rewards of the work that you've put in. Because if you look at this card, and I always get into the imagery, in the background, you've got like a house. So it's got this guy carrying his wands, and he's like, Jesus, when can I put these down? But in the background, there's his home, and it's actually on top of a mountain. When you see mountains in tarot, think about when you climb to the top of a mountain, you get the best view of your life. So you're walking towards the mountain. You're going to put your burden down because this is reversed. But then when you get there, you'll have the best view backwards that you can imagine. So it's basically a card, Deanne, that's recognizing that you've been through struggle, recognizing that you've had burdens recently, but then giving you that tap on the shoulder to say it's okay to put these things down now.
Oh well, that's amazing. I will just say to the rest of the callers, we are here to talk about the artwork. Deanne, you get a pass because you're one of the you're one of our mods, but we don't want to put too many people on the spot and pull out cards and all that kind of stuff because it can be hard for some people. But I'm sure Sky Spirit was very happy to do it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
100%. So Ron, but listen, Diane, that was interesting because when I done your reading, it was almost like the kickstart you needed, and now it sounds like you're having that whole process validated. It's crazy.
I know. I got tingles. I got like the tingles down the arm and that. So that was like really resonated well with me. Definitely.
Wicked.
Thank you.
Wicked. And again, I just want to remind everybody we're having a chitty chat. Once the main show is over with, Ron's going to stick around and do some cards because the boss is away and the craziness will play. And Sky Spirit and Neha, anyone who wants to stick around, you're very welcome to, and obviously Bev as well. Everyone's welcome to stick around, but we're sticking to
perfect. Thank you, Ron. So I'm going to say thank you to my lovely guests on Awaken with Beverly Rhodes. Thank you, Sky Spirit, for showing us your beautiful artwork, and specifically also thank you, Neha, so much for giving us all the beautiful ideas of the muscle testing and the color magic, and telling us about all the joyfulness that you can bring. So everyone head over to the 2 different types of websites. So have a look at Sky Spirit's beautiful paintings. Have a look at what Neha can do. And I will say thank you and good night to everyone. And Ron, we'll pass over to Ron to continue with the show and finish the show off tonight with various readings.
I will say, there's going to be a Beverly Rhodes Oracle deck in the mix, right? That's one of the first, like, because do you know how rapid that's going to sell, Beverly? Like, do you know what?
Yes. Like it's a good one. I think I'll continue with the Beverly Rhodes one that I had after I did the Super Bowl in South Africa to
it's a whole new chapter for Sky Spirit, for the community, for us to be able, because I tell you something else, I'm not the only one out there who wants their own deck, even if it's you're taking the base subject of a deck you like, but you're transforming it into your own custom images and all this kind of stuff. It's so exciting. And exactly what Beverly said. Sky Spirit was in the side chat. She was somebody in the community. Beverly noticed, she's been brought in, and now look what's happening, because
exactly.
Do you know, I'm going to make sure this gets set up just selfishly because I want to buy the custom decks I know that are in the back of Sky Spirit's mind. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah, beautiful. There is 2 people tonight that's been sending out spidey senses to me, particularly. The one person I'm picking up is Natalia, and I will be watching that very closely. And there's one or two others as well that I've been picking up that keep coming into my mind, and I'll work out what to do, because I think that will be. I'll find you eventually, Natalia, and I'll find a way to get you, just like I did with Sky Spirit.
like you know, when women you don't know on the internet say they're coming to find you, Beverly's the only person that doesn't sound threatening or creepy. It's okay.
No, not threatening.
100%.
So it's going to be lots of fun. Yes, there is a deck coming out, but it's going to be a deck that has got this star being that I've been in contact with since I was 3.
Nice.
So that's later.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, Beverly is, you know, she's leaving us for the evening. Anything else you want to say, Bev, throw it out there. And like I say, I'm going to stick around because there's nothing else.
You've got readings to do. Yes.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say to everybody, come on to Patreon and come on to TikTok. So I'm doing TikToks. I've got 15 days now of TikToks that I've been asked to do a live broadcast for 15 days for 1 hour every day for 15 days is what
Beverli Rhodes is freaking killing it on TikTok right now. And I just want to point out, she said it, she sat down one afternoon and then I got a message saying, "Ooh, I've just set up my TikToky. I don't know what I'm doing."
Oh, no, I talked her through it. No. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing.
Right. So she gets it all set up. And then before she knows it, she's got 1,000 followers and she's doing live streams. And I swear, man, she takes on a whole new persona on TikTok, man. You want to see the hair flicks and the hi. This is Beverli Rhodes, and we're doing awesome. It's awesome. I'm gonna take the first 5 seconds of all of our TikToks and mash it up into the hi. Beverli Rhodes, TikTok. It's too good. We love you, Bev. We love you.
It'll be a hit. It'll be a hit. I'll do some work with you as well, Ron. Off air, and then it'd be great to get your feedback. That would be really lovely.
100%.
I just wanted to say once again, I mean,
thank you so much, Neha. Thank you so much, Sky Spirit.
Thank you, Beverli.
Bye, Bev.
Everybody, and thank you to all in the chat. Bye, and good night from me.
Thank you.
Oh, I presume you have questions for us, so I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Ron's here to derail everything and make it all about him now. So,
I didn't want to leave before. If there weren't any questions for me, then I didn't want to leave. But
is Beverli trying to figure? Oh, there she goes. She's gone. I didn't manage to bust her chops right before she left there. Poor lady. I always like to get one more little chop busting right towards the end. Right. So we've got a bunch of people still in the live room. I've still got Deanne. I'm just going to leave Deanne in there. She's fine. Yeah. Right. So girl of cheer. I'm going to pull you in. Oh shit, that was who wanted to give Beverli her feedback.
Oh, right.
God damn it. I'm so sorry. Girl of cheer, I'm so sorry. You can give us your feedback and then I'll make sure Beverli watches it. Beverli, if you're still watching, this is the lady who wanted to give you feedback, but Ron has ADHD. So get a better co-host if you don't like it. That's all I'm saying. Right, but no. So girl of cheer, can you hear me?
Hi there. No, I can actually barely hear you.
Okay, well, you can turn me up.
I was watching on my television and now I've had to mute it so I can't hear anything.
Okay, yeah. No, you will be able to hear us through Discord. If you right click on my name or hold down on my profile, you'll get a volume bar and you'll be able to turn me up as a user and you should be able to hear us all. But the whole live stream will run through here. Don't worry. Oh my god, did I just throw her out? Oh my god, now she's calling me. Oh my god, what did I do? Girl of cheer, I don't know if I just kicked you out the room or if I just phoned you, but if you come back in, I'll drag you back in because I'm a dumbass. All right.
No negative on Awaken.
No, listen, it's okay. Ron's spirit guides know that he's only joking. So they just bottle all that stuff up and then just put it in the shredder. It puts it in a little digital shredder. It keeps them busy though. Okay, let's Lolly, are you with us, Lolly, from the waiting room? Lolly, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lolly? Are you there? Please don't make me say lolly again on the internet. Please.
Ron.
Are you there? Lolly, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, Lolly, you are here. How are you? You're live on the Sean Atwood channel with Neha and Sky Spirit, and of course myself. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Excellent. What would you like to say to us? What's on your mind this evening? Have you got a question for our wonderful ladies here, or you want to throw something out? What you want to throw with us here? What do you want to say?
Well, Sky Spirit, I'm wondering where are you from? You sound northeast. Where?
Northumberland. So,
oh, I'm from County Durham.
oh, hello. Not many people pick that up because I was originally born down in Kent and I moved up here when I was like 10. But people from here think I sound Southern. People from Kent now think I sound Scottish and call me a plastic jock.
No.
So
Yeah.
I'm sort of, I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been profiled from the regional accents there, Sky Spirit. But Lolly, have you been part of the community long? Are you somebody who just joined to call in? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've been watching for a long time.
Okay.
I've been awake. Well, I still remember being born.
Damn, that's pretty awake. I'm not going to lie. That is hyper awakeness. Do you know what I'm saying?
And I had my first experience with an ET craft when I was 8 years old.
All right, yeah, you're serious then. Okay.
And I've been able to connect with them ever since, and seen spirit ever since. But I work mostly with angels and angelics.
Wow.
I wanted to do. I've been a nurse all my life, but I wanted to do something else, and I did not know what it was. And then I found Reiki. And so I qualified as a Reiki master. But even from my very first Reiki attunement, I realized that I was working with the angels, Raphael, and then Michael was always there. And so I connect a lot with the angelics. And from when I was small as well, I used to talk to God. I used to sing songs, and I used to have these conversations every night. And then when you hit your teens, things change. You know, you go out with different people, and you go out with girls, and then you're interested in boys, and you forget about God. And then he suddenly kind of came back into my life when I was kind of in my 20s, 30s, and I just find that I came in from work one day on the district, and it had been a really hard shift. And I sat upstairs and I got a pen and paper and I just wrote a question down. And then I heard an answer in my head, and I thought, all right, so I wrote the answer down, and then I wrote another question. And then I heard an answer again, so I wrote that down. And then before I knew it, I had just diaries and diaries of writings and answers. And and now I don't need to write it down. I can just kind of chat and connect, and I can tell that what the energy is. So yeah, I'm just like no one's any better than anyone else.
Right.
We're all the same. We've all got these amazing powers, and it's just going to get better and better, I think, in these next few years.
Hell yeah. I think we can all give a big cheers to that one, I have to say. Well, Lolly, thank you so much for coming on and giving us your insight and being part of the community. Make sure you come and join us again for these phone-ins and call-ins, whatever you want to call them, Discord call-ins.
Will do.
And thanks so much for being here. It was really nice talking to you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to give Girl of Cheer one more attempt here. Girl of Cheer, how are you doing? Are we there?
While you're waiting for her, Ron, if there aren't any more questions for me, then I will politely.
Yeah, of course. Of course, my panel members don't feel like you need to be stranded here. Ron,
No. I wanted to answer any questions if there were any from the callers. So I don't know if there were for me.
Girl of Cheer, would you like to fire a question to Neha?
Oh my gosh, I can't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Don't worry, we can hear you. We can hear you. You might have to mute. You might have to mute your TV, but we can hear you here. Don't worry.
I just muted my TV and now
Yes.
I'm speaking into my phone.
Yeah, there you go. You got it now. You got it. So Neha is asking if you have a question for her or anything you'd like to throw towards her. I know you were here to give a breakdown of your experience with Bev, and I think what your point in the side chat in Discord about waiting, because it'll be more relevant when Bev's here, is a fantastic point. So rather than miss the opportunity, is there anything you'd like to throw to Neha or Sky Spirit while you're here?
Oh, I can't think of anything right now.
Yeah, that's okay. Listen, it was going to be as soon as you put someone on the spot. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I just want to say your microphone sounds great. You're coming through perfectly.
Okay.
So no, next time it's going to work fine as well. If you think of
Okay,
anything, if you think of anything you want to ask, you can type it in the waiting room chat, and I'll bring you back in. Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot too much.
Okay, yeah, no, I just met with Beverly this morning. Actually, we had a beautiful meeting, and yeah, I just wanted to reiterate something that she had said about a past life of mine. And then after we got off the call, I realized that something that happened to me when I was a child, sort of really related to that conversation, but now I just don't think it really fits. So, and it's a little dark too. So, yeah.
Go on her next TikTok live. We're doing a live tomorrow, and tell her tomorrow on TikTok.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, if I can figure it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, girls. Thank you so much.
Okay,
for
I'll
coming and
talk
talking.
to you later
Thank
in
you.
Discord, actually.
Yeah,
I'm
no
going to come in
problem.
there. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Of course, ladies, I just want to reiterate as well. Ron sort of talks a big game, and I don't want you to sign up for a 5-hour podcast when you're just be here for a couple of hours. And Sky Spirit, just, is there anything else, right, that you can throw to the people? Maybe about, because there's a lot of artists that are in the community. There's a lot of people who are incredibly talented. And with what Neha says about self-belief and being held back, and of course, knowing your value, do you have any advice for people who want to be like you, who want to, be able to channel these guides into art and create something that is physical from that realm? Is there any, and that goes out to both of Neha and Sky Spirit, but Sky Spirit, is there any advice you would give her from an artistic point of view?
Yes, and it's interesting how was it Elsa, Girl of Cheer, was talking about, was it Elsa was talking about now my head's gone blank there.
That's okay.
Say something about, wait a minute. No, who was talking about the Reiki? Was that just Elsa, Girl of Cheer there that was talking about Reiki, or was it the lady before? Anyway, I'll just wipe that from what I was thinking, because I'm going down the wrong route there. No, what I was thinking about with people doing art, the biggest thing you can do is just do it. Okay, so pick up a pencil. Now, people have a massive fear of like a white page with nothing on it, and it's difficult to start. So I would say I always paint everything bright yellow first, and it's just something that I always do now. So everything is bright yellow, and it means that you're not starting from that blank. Now, I've also got like a little routine that I use, which is I've made a little acronym, because in my previous life, I was an IT trainer, and we just love acronyms in IT. So I made a little acronym that is be rested. And this is how like I start a piece of art. And be rested is breathing, so that whatever breathing pattern that you want to use in order to bring your sort of self into a state of relaxation, use that. I use like a 4-4. So I'll breathe in for 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 4, hold for 4, breathe in for 4. And I'll do that until I feel myself slowing down and coming down into my heart chakra. And then I'll elevate. So my E is elevate. So I'll think. It sounds like Mary Poppins. Think beautiful thoughts. But I always think of like my daughter, or I'll think of one of my cats. And it's when you think of somebody or something where it makes you smile, I'll think of that person or situation that makes me smile, and that elevates your energy, because you're at your most receptive when you're feeling that happiness. Your energy, your vibration goes higher. And then I'll relax. So that is the relax in that state with the breathing and the happiness, relax into it. So stay in that state until it feels natural to you. So it feels like you're not just sort of trying to do it anymore. It feels like you're doing it. And then I'll expand my consciousness. So then I'll sort of imagine that I'm limitless, like my whole being is filling the room, the town, the country, the world, the universe, every single dimension. And then I'll separate. So I'll separate myself from that, from the sort of what's around me. I'll become the expanded consciousness rather than myself and the expanded consciousness. And then trust my words, trust what I'm hearing, trust what I'm seeing. Engage, which is ask questions. So if you feel something, mentally ask the questions of it and then do it daily. So that's my Be Rested acronym. So it's that ability to go into a state of being able to question, being able to receive, but using something that is a little routine sort of puts you in the right mindset to do it. And if you do that exact thing every single time, and I know that I've just rushed through it there, but I'd be more than happy to spend some time sort of with you as a group, sort of going through that bit by bit. But it's literally, it's like automatic. That's what I was trying to think of to start with. Who was talking about the automatic writing when she wrote down the question and then there was just loads and loads and loads and loads came out? Was that Ailsa Girl of Cheer that we were just talking to? Was it the lady before? But whoever said that, this is what piqued my mind, because I was thinking that's what creating art with spirit is like. It's like automatic painting. So you just get there, you become the conduit, you do your little routine to put you in the state of mind, and then you just let it go through you. Now, I always find that as soon as my conscious brain tries to interfere, like, yeah, you want to paint that over there, or that doesn't look like that, then I can't do it anymore. It's like you've got to find a way to just like push the conscious to the side and allow your dream state, allow your subconscious to take control of your hand and for the images to come through. Did I rabbit on a bit too much there?
No, absolutely not. I thought that was a fantastic bit of advice for anyone, because it's often hard for people to put all of this together, whether it's people who can relate to the backwards falling motion and all that kind of stuff, and still bring the artwork forward. And I think any advice for that is fantastic. So thank you. Now, listen, ladies, Neha, is there anything else you want to throw out? Anything else anybody else wants to throw out to the side chat? I'm going to free these ladies from this, and I'm going to dump into doing some card readings, because Ron we could quite easily sit here for 4 hours and these two ladies.
I can't. My bladder can't.
So
I've got to let my dogs out.
Lady.
I was just going to say, if there were any callers in the chat, they had specific questions for me, but I kind of talked about my stuff some time ago. So I didn't want to be rude and not answer them. That's what I meant. Rather than ask the last person, did she have a question for me?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was me. I apologize.
No, but if there were any questions specifically directed to me, I'll stay and answer them. Otherwise, I will say, because I've actually just come back from a skiing holiday. I need to spend some time. No
problem. Well, look, don't worry. You'll be back on the show anyway.
I hope so.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
I love coming with the Frequency family, as I call you. But I'll do some work with you if you want.
100%.
Really interesting. It'd be really interesting. I'd love to do that with you. So I will contact you via Beverly. And if there are any callers specific questions for me, I'll stay on for 5 minutes.
No one is specifically saying anything. They've all gone a bit quiet.
They've taken pity on me and my bladder, and I just must introduce myself to my child, who thinks that I've gone off to the community and she doesn't know who the hell I am. So I'll just send her a quick picture so she knows who I am, and then
look, Neha, you are a legend. You're a community and show favorite. You always bring the energy. You always bring the smiles. We love it. And Sky Spirit, I just want to say, I'm assuming Beverly will be able to connect us all behind the scenes and all the rest of it. Hang on a second.
We should I've told Beverly anyway that we should definitely do a weekend where we bring together the AWAKEN community, and they can come meet and greet, and you can do Sky's artwork. You know, we can do workshops. I do group workshops, which I do in the festivals all summer long. Ron, you can read your cards, do your leatherwork, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
We could do
We can do it. We can do it. Well, look,
Oh man, that would be so awesome, wouldn't it?
Talk behind the scenes, because I know how to get that going with
Well, look,
funding.
we will connect everyone together. Beverly has mastered the art of making WhatsApp groups, so she'll shove us all in one of them. And I look forward to getting all this rolling, especially with Sky Spirit and Neha yourself. But listen, ladies, thank you. I'm going to get on with this next part of the show, and we'll see you all in the next one. Thank you. Right now, you're stuck with me, public. So Ron likes to do a bit of a reading, right? We were just talking to Sky Spirit there about her artwork and how she puts together these incredible decks. And, you know, I had said to Beverly a long time ago that, you know, I can't find decks that really feel legit. You know, they always seem too happy. And that's why I use these 3 decks. And from these 3 decks kind of came a system, right? Where I don't really do things how they're meant to be, I guess. And that's what's kind of worked. Now, what I think we'll do, right, is we'll do some little cheeky nuggets, right? We'll maybe do some little 1-card pulls, right? We'll flex, we'll stretch the old cards and all that. Also, everyone who's on Discord, I will definitely be bringing you guys all in, and you'll be able to have a little chat with me. But we're just going to sort of start limbering up, if you will. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to send a quick message to my wonderful fiance, and then I'll be right back with you guys. So just talk amongst yourselves for 30 seconds. All right. So I just want to say as well, there is a new section being made over here for the card reading. I've got the little table that I bought for the cupboard under the stairs. That is going to be the table that I do these readings on. There is a camera set up there, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Now, whilst I'm definitely not rolling a Capri Sun, Deanne, are you still here?
I am still here, yeah.
Do you want to talk a little bit about when I done my reading for you, how it went about, how much I knew about you, and if I even knew who you were at that point, and just sort of talk us through your experience with it all, if you can.
I really don't mind. The only thing is I can't remember what the exact cards were,
Yeah,
only their
all right.
meaning.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. I can't remember literally anything apart from the key points about most readings that I've done. But it was, you know, the point is how you connected with it. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Talk a little bit about it if you can. You still there, Deanne?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, the cat knocked my phone over.
That's all right. That's all right. But yeah, if you can tell us a little bit about it all, that would be if you're happy to, anyway.
Am I on there now?
Yeah, you're here. Yeah, we're on the freaking light. Are you all right?
Sorry,
you
I
all
didn't
right, mate? No, I'm done. Just
I can hear in the background something. I don't know what it is. Yeah. So the cards, right? The cards you told me I needed to start actioning on some of the things that I've been dragging my heels on, basically. And I had the card reading on the Sunday, I believe, and I couldn't really action anything till the Monday. But on the Monday, I wrote the list on the Sunday. I wrote down about 21 different things, and some I couldn't action because they weren't necessarily they weren't mine to action. So in that case, I put them to bed. I put them to rest. And the ones that I could, I acted on, and I literally from there onwards, it's just been like a rolling wrecking ball, just getting everything sorted. It's been amazing, yeah. And that card tonight really sort of it was just amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It felt like you were. they were going over what you've just went through. And then when she spoke about the fact that you're coming to the end of that and you're going to reap the rewards, I was like,
in February, so it was like March, and then so it was a whole month of me sorting my stuff out.
But it was so spot on again. Like it's kind of like spoilers, because I did your first reading, and when she said all of that, I was like, whoa. She has just described the last month of your life, and then do you remember how she gave you one telling, and then towards the end she said, and you're about to start reaping the rewards of it all.
Yeah,
it was.
And I kind of already have. I have done. I've been in a better place emotionally, mentally. I've just been tackling things there and then, as opposed to dwelling on things.
Yeah, but that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
because I was a procrastinator.
Ron is not picking on you and ignoring your chat, Murami girl. I've had one of those evenings where this is literally the first time I have seen you say anything, because my brain is the way that it is. So I do apologize. Ron, what do I need to do for next year? I just give permission, I do believe. And to be honest, I think most people kind of, when they come into these streams, they kind of know that they're kind of signing away the possibility of being chosen for something and being dipped into and all of that. Right, I just need to take this I just need to fix the coyote pelt on the back of this chair. Give me a second.
Coyote pelt?
Yeah, I sit on 3 big large goat pelts, and then the back section of my chair is a coyote. It's
nice.
It's freaking badass. That's why. It's badass. All right, it's like my big Viking chair.
It's like a throne.
Nah, it's just. Can you ask the cards if Lakey 33 and I will have a baby? Oh no! See, Ron's not that kind of card puller. Like, the problem is. Hang on a second. How can we word this so that I don't dip in and feel all of your emotions? Because that's the problem. When I do a proper reading, I'm going to feel everything you feel about this situation. And I don't know if I want to feel what it feels like to want to know if I'm going to have a baby as a woman. Oh, and you had a miscarriage last month. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to have to do something. Oh. All right. See, I've lost I lost one of my children, right, when she was very young. And I'll be honest, I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I'm such a novice at this that I'm not comfortable giving anyone hope. Right? Is that what I could do is I could do you a reading based off of the meaning of the card. Do I want to do that? Do you know what, Muramali? Let's figure out a different way of doing this. Let's figure out a way of doing this. Let's try and figure, because the problem is, I'm not comfortable with hope yet. It's like if someone came to me with an illness or anything like that, like, I'm not there yet. I'm not, because, like, if for a start, if I was to read the cards and it was to say everything's going to be great, I'm going to follow your life, okay, for the next like 2 years until you have a baby. And if you don't have a baby, I'm going to be raging, right? Like, how dare you how dare you use me to give this woman hope? Do you see what I mean? But if you can find another way of asking, right? If you can find another way of asking, we might be able to do something. And that's not, and again, it's only because I've got a great respect for the community and what it is we're all learning here, that for some reason, it's much easier for me to delve into your darkest worry and secret and then air it on the internet and then use cards to fix it. Okay. But every card reading I've done has come from somebody that I've been drawn to in the side chat. This is going to sound really weird. Give me a second to just get a glass of water, everybody. Deanne, talk about liking and subscribing.
Yeah, everyone, if you could give us a like and definitely subscribe for more of this content. Check out all Ron's links in the description. Sorry, I've got an echo probably then. I don't know if you heard me right. I'm new to this, so I do apologise.
Yeah,
I could do a glass of water after that.
Deanne's one of our wonderful mod team, right? And for the last couple of days, she's just been getting thrown on lives because Ron's been that terrible internet or something. But yeah, you're doing a great job. So
oh, thank you.
What we'll do is we'll maybe start off with some "Hey Ron, I Want a" readings, and we'll do some basic mid deck, right? The neutral deck card readings, and we'll either do it off Ron's interpretation from a general question, and then Ron's ultimately going to be drawn to someone, and we'll do a full reading, and we'll see who we make cry tonight. Oh, there's a little rascal. How are you doing, Asha? Asha, we could do maybe do a wee reading for you if you want to jump on it. This, in fact, you'll be freaking working. What time is it? It's like 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow where you are, isn't it? We'll figure it out. Okay. There's Joseph, my G. Look at this man's beard. I'm so jealous of this man's facial follicles. It is not even funny. And yeah, see, it's one of those. Like, I don't want to sit here and the hope thing scares me. But I tell you what, Maramuli, if you can get another question, or you can reword everything, so we can kind of trick whatever process it is that I'm doing into avoiding tapping into that side of it, that would be awesome. Just because, like, this is the first one I think I've done since Kiwi Girl, because that one really messed me up. Right, like that one really knocked me sideways. I got a big reward for it from the guides, whatever. I was rewarded for it, but like I genuinely will be sitting having a coffee, and I'll be thinking about that day. It was crazy, right? Marumali, 100%. So we're going to go with the neutral deck, obviously. Also, as well, I can't seem to mute Discord, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm going to have to deafen myself, and it's still making. Oh, I need to put on streamer mode. Hang on. Give me a second, everybody. That's what that annoying boop, 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 boop noise is, which I'm assuming you can all hear. Yeah, there we go. All right. So where are we? Marumali. Let me open up some table here. All right. All right, we got a popper here for you. Ascension, transformation, end of cycle, and beginnings. Jesus Christ. With the number 34. And I'm not being funny, but when we talk about the loss of children, there's a butterfly on this card. And butterflies are often associated with the spirits of our lost children. And that connection that we have. Now, I don't know if 3, 4, 34, or 7 mean anything. But transformation, end of cycle, and beginnings. Like, come on. Like the end of a cycle, you know, that's we're talking about there. And then from that end comes a new beginning. You're going through a transformation. There is this indication of this butterfly. And Right, hang on. Let me just. This is. All right, good. Thank God. Right, so apparently, this is this should resonate, right? And we should be looking at. Like here's the thing, right? We've got the end of a cycle. We've got transformation and we've got beginnings and we've got this butterfly, right? And ascension is the card. Like, can I ask you what you said it was last month, right? Marumali. You said it was last month, right? Oh my freaking God, the date today is 3/4. The date I'm looking at right now is today's date, the 3rd of the 4th, is when the ascension. Does winter have any meaning to you? Like, does winter or frost or cold or something to do with like that have any meaning? Oh no, we're not. We're past the initial one, if you know what I mean. Okay. But I know what you're saying, Alamara. But no, we're past the initial go with your instincts, and now we're into the hyper processing and evaluating. Yes, goosebumps. We're only pulling one card because it doesn't want me to pull any more cards for you. Right? The coin says no more cards for you, which means everything is in this card. And if you see here, there's a tiny little, what I interpreted as a snowflake. Right? I'm going home and it's cold there. Oh man. So your ascension, when are you going home? Is it today you're going home? For Easter, I'm going. When is it you're going home? Sorry, I'm waiting on a reply. I know this is the boring part where you've got to watch me waiting for a reply, but I don't care. My nan died in the winter. Because this 3/4 is today's date where I am, right? So does that mean today you start your ascension, and your ascension? Today's date, does winter mean anything? We have this butterfly and we have the meaning of this. And I'll tell you something else. There's 7 flowers, and both those numbers up there add to 7 as well. So I don't know if 7 means anything either. Tuesday you're leaving. Tuesday next week is the 10th of the 4th, which would be 14, which obviously 7 goes into, but that's a stretch. No, I think that the 34 is today, and this is what we're meant to be doing right now. All right, so let me just ask this a second. Okay, let's see if the card, should we go to the meaning of the card? No, so it is all interpretation. I leave Tuesday, it'll be the 8th there. That's a reading for today, 3/4. Yeah, I'm with you. So to be honest with you, all I'm going to take from this is the winter hit, the fact that this has got a little butterfly on this, which I believe interprets your loss. end of cycle and beginnings. I mean, you can take that with the positive cheeriness if you want, but transformations, end of cycles and beginnings can be the start of a tough road. Wait, who was born? 7 is my grandfather's favorite number, and he was born. Hang on. Thank fuck for that. Do you know, I think, Marumali, that everything that the coins and things are telling me is to not do anymore. And I think we might have to come back to this every week. Because when it tells me to stop, everything is on the deck. Everything's on the card that we're looking at. And if we've put out everything, I almost want you to feel like this. Oh, God. Like, oh no, I don't want to say it's horrible. It's not even that it's horrible. It's just I shouldn't say things based off of the things you've told me, but I genuinely feel like this is like God damn, I've made it. I'm okay. I'm sorry this is a new beginning and an end of a cycle. That's what I get from this. And I don't want to go on with, like, the cards are telling me. So I think I'm going to get too upset, or you're going to get too upset. And we'll leave it at that one. And we'll come back to this, Marumali, because I've always been linking financially with that. So maybe, well, then tell me. Well, first of all, I didn't really want to start doing this, right? And then we pulled a card that I'm not going to count it in my big hitting list of big hits because of the things that you told me before I did the reading, right? But based off of what was on the card, I feel like it was a nice little note saying, you know, I'm sorry that this horrible thing has happened, but I'm okay. I've ascended. I've crossed. You know. But would I be saying that if you hadn't told me that? Do you see what I mean? So we're not counting it. It's a personal interpretation there, more of a. Yeah, I know you are. I'm a softie. Plus, I'm still not comfortable doing the question that you asked, but I would like to do this every week, pull a card and see what the coin says and see if there's a reason it stopped me. It's more likely that it's protecting me than it's protecting you, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I'll be honest, Marumali, it's 100%. I'm more concerned about my own well-being than anyone else's, you know what I'm saying? But I can't tap into someone's loss of a child again. I've done that. I've been there. I've got it. It's in me. And I think this is a very good moment for me to learn that if the coin says no, we move on, but we come back to this, Marumali, if that's all right. Because again, Ron doesn't fully really understand what it is he's doing. He believes it and he respects it. But my God, what I can do without this evening is going through what you went through last month and then pretending like I can sit here on the internet and do anything else. You know what I mean? Because I would love to get to the stage where somebody like you can come to me, I can connect with you, and I can suck all that pain out you. It's like I come in and grab it and rip it out like a tar. I would love to be able to do that. But then, am I robbing people of their journey through the other side? So freaking philosophical, all of this, man. It really is. You know? Let's go with a happy. Yeah, okay. Hell yeah. It wasn't the loss that I wasn't saying that you were prepared with. It was your original question. If I'd worded it how you'd worded it, I was scared that I was going to tap into that, you know. But we can do a card. We can do a card. What? I tell you what can you do to have the best month possible? Right? What can you do to have the best April ever? Oh, okay. Fate, alignment, decisive moment, and opportunistic events. The number 23 and fate with our good old friend, the Grim Reaper. Alignment. So what do you need? I think your focus in April should be your absolute focus on your destiny and what you want. This could be a month where your fate is decided based off of your centering, your vibrations, and there may be things that appear throughout April that you get this little jolt to say, hey, I should grab that. Hey, I should, you know, give that homeless guy £1, or I should, you know, buy that book that I've been thinking about, or try that dish, or speak to that person. But there's going to be opportunistic events, as the card says. And opportunistic means, you know, they come out of nowhere. They're not planned. They're very much in the wild, you know, and decisive moments. Okay. Alignment, decisive moments, and opportunistic events. You have to be confident in the decisions you're making this month. You see what I'm saying? And this could be an amazing month for you. This could be an incredible month, because for me, the number 23 is my birthday this month. So maybe something, let's check back in on my birthday. I need to help. Jesus Christ, Ron, make it bigger. I need help working with the kids in my community, and my authenticity will shine through. I know it 100%. So if that's what you're doing, your alignment, okay, I imagine is going to be staying true to yourself. Your fate is your want to help these kids, but your opportunistic events may be that little moments appear for you to help, and it's time for you to sort of acknowledge and take them. Yeah, I feel that towards the end of the month. Interesting. Again, this is just me pulling one card and interpreting everything on it. But let's have a look around about the 23rd. That's in like 20 days. That's also on my birthday. Let's see if you've had anything that's popped up that you've taken advantage of, if there's been moments that you would never usually expand on, but you've seized that moment. Let's have a look what you're saying here. Oh, it is. I feel like that's towards the end of the month. I really sense it is Ron and not, I really sense it is Ron and not just for me. Well, yeah, absolutely. I think for a lot of people, we're with what Bev said, there's been all these shifts and we're going into this new phase, the moon, all that jazz. And absolutely, this could be for all of us. Of course, I think for anybody, good advice is, you know, deciding what you want, being decisive and taking opportunities. I think there's nothing negative from doing that. Finance are limiting me from helping more. Okay, so you need to then ask yourself, how good a job can I do with people's money? Okay. There's lots and lots of ways to gather funds, but people want to know what you're doing with them. Okay. So you should break things down into what it costs for you to do X and Y. I don't know what it is you do for kids, or if it's, or whatever, but try and break down the costs into a palatable, donatable lumps, if you know what I mean. And we'll do some community drives for you, and we'll try and help you, of course. I mean, that's what we do here. You know, that's what we're about. So yes, 23rd of April is my birthday, St. George's Day, patron saint of England.
And Ron, could I just remind you that you've got some people that have been waiting since you started in the waiting room?
Literally just crapped my pants, Deanne, right?
Oh, sorry.
I absolutely jumped out. I'm going to just pull everybody in, right? I'm just going to pull them
Yeah.
all in. All right. Sorry about that. Cheyenne Blue, you have been waiting patiently. The Dictator, you as well. You're both live on the Sean Atwood channel. I just wanted to pull you in just now. I will circle back to you, but I just want to let you know you are live. So if you go to the toilet, make sure your mic's off. And I just want to jump back into Marumali. There's loads.
Thank you.
Of course, there's loads.
That's great. Thanks.
No problem. There's loads of things that if you just be decisive, and I think when it comes to, and again, it's very difficult for me to say. Oh, so okay, so hang on a second. I want to be able to help more, but we need to buy property and build them a hub. They're on the street at night. Okay, so we're talking about serious like poverty and stuff like that. Okay. That sounds like you need to cost things up. Okay. Try and find out what it is you need cash wise, and then we'll go on to the next phase of this. Once you've costed everything up and there's some sort of a plan, that you'll have put that out there, and then we can start seeing what we can do. Is that the sort of thing that people would say? That sounds like the sort of thing that somebody would say in my situation here, right? You know, go and find the costs. Let's manifest it and see what we can do. And yeah, I think that's a good way. I think that is that good? Is that a good way to end that one? I think that's a good way to end that one. I just want to
Definitely
build
the way
safe
forward.
space. Yeah, that's both their families and heal. Well, look, you know we're all going to be behind you. And Jesus Christ saves us from paganism. Does he? Does he though? Don't know. Jesus is a pretty laid back, chill guy. I'm pretty sure he's all right with us all intermingling and being one happy family. I'm pretty sure that's all right with Jeebus. Jeebus is he's an all right guy. We do a youth night patrol. That's cool. Well, one thing you could get is sponsorship from the community to help out with that. If you're handing stuff out, if you're doing like packs with stuff in them, I don't know, to hand out, price up those packs. And, you know, we can maybe put together a system where people are sponsoring and it produces 1 to 10, I don't know, packs to hand out. I don't know. Well, we're brainstorming here. All right. So we're going to jump on to some more cards as well. So don't worry. And I am slowly building up to doing someone's reading. But whilst I am shuffling, let's have a quick word with Cheyenne Blue. How are you doing, Cheyenne? Are you new to the community? Did you join just for the phone-ins? Have you been here for a while? Let me know.
Yeah, no, I've been on watching and following you for a very long time with all of the different genres of the Sean Atwood channel.
Oh, wicked.
I'm very new to Discord though, so I haven't a clue what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry. Everyone finds it a nightmare. I've been using it for 8 years and I just want to kick it out the window. So
yeah, sounds fair.
Yeah, wicked, Marumali. Let's work on this. We'll pull cards each week and we'll build towards hopefully getting your answers that you wanted that I just don't have the balls to look into right now. And of course, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking part, and I really appreciate it. Now, we've written a panel. Okay, yeah, nice. Okay, so I'm going to now, if everybody who would like a reading, right, can put, I would like a reading, all right? Don't write anything about what you want the reading for, okay? But understand this could be basic bitch card reading, or this could be pretty profound. So if you'd like a reading in big capital letters, type that out in the side chat for me. Yeah.
Sounds fair.
I'm going to star everyone that's done that, and then I can look at the starred group, and then whoever it is that is, I'm drawn to. Do you know the way I would like to do this? I would like to get 100 strangers in a room, right? 100 strangers in a room that all have blindfolds on, sat in a room, and I stand and I sort of look, and then I touch someone on the shoulder, and we walk up to a stage where there's a partition between us, so I can't see them, and they don't get to talk. They just type their answers so that there's no nothing I can read or manipulate and do these readings, because I've been watching some psychics who are famous and the absolute madness that is out there. I'm hearing a Jim or a John or a Bill or a Simon. Is it your mother? I'm seeing a beard. Is it a dog? Like what? Like, from what I've learned about all of this is so real and is just as normal as blinking for the human race. And
absolutely,
the energies that we tap into to do this, or when we do something like this, I believe it doesn't matter about distance. It doesn't matter about anything. If we're genuinely connecting, I don't need to know you. I don't need to hear your voice. I should be able to go in and do it, and it shouldn't matter. And all the advices that I've been given when I started this was, hey, Ron, you're doing this awfully hard on yourself. You're doing this awfully hard. You want to maybe do it face to face or try it like this. And I'm like, I'm 4 for 4. I'm actually 5 for 5, but really 4.5 for 4.5. And that's how I like to do it. You know what I'm saying? So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to dive into that. I'm just grabbing my little Capri Sun. And I wanted to say as well, I'm loving the AWAKEN format that we've got right now. You may find that over the next couple of weeks, we may end the regular Beverly Road show, and me and Bev may start up a little Ron and Bev after dark. Bev will only be, I say Bev, I'll be dragging Bev into it for 20 minutes for clickbait, and then she'll want to go to bed, but that's fine. And I may do all my card readings on a different show, just so that we keep everything tight, because the Beverly Road, I mean, it's a big deal, you know what I'm saying? So we can kind of split it up, because if you guys think so, and I'll speak to Bev. But anyway, okay, I think I've got enough people here. There's 14 people in my pot. All right, so okay. So the first person is Kay with the Bears. Oh God, Kay, listen. We're in this together, Kay. All right. So, Kay, can you confirm in the side chat, please, that you're a complete stranger to me? Like, you're a member of the community, you're a viewer, but all the information I have on you is that photograph and your name on this screen. We have never met. We have never spoken to each other at all. So there's no way I should know anything about you, right? Let's see if Kay's still here.
Am I still supposed to be live, Ron?
Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are.
All right, sorry.
Okay. Yes. First time talking. All right. Okay. Yeah, I do remember Sunny Delight. It tasted like battery acid, but I was 14, so that was delicious. So, all right. Now, Kate, I just want to say, I don't claim to know what I'm doing here. So if this turns out to be absolute garbage, I apologize now, and we can all have a wee laugh about it. Now, what I like to do is I like to just keep shuffling the cards. I'll give it a couple of minutes. And if nothing jumps out from the deck, then we'll go about it a different way. All right, it's refusing. Who stabbed you in the back? Is there Is there betrayal, suffering, atonement? Somebody needs to suffer for a sin or a backstabbing. There's definitely an element of like mild panic. Like, did something happen that was completely, hang on a minute. Yeah, it's something in the realm of, hang on. Okay, yeah. So was there some sort of betrayal? And at the center of what your issue is there some sort of want for revenge? Is there an unfinished something? Or was it you? Did you stab someone in the back? Was it you? Did you stab someone in the back? Is there something to do? Hang on, let me go to the booklet. This might be a booklet night. This might not be a raw intuition night. So panic 100%, no revenge. The panic I felt, and the card is very much leading to you being betrayed, right? There's a lot of backstabbing, as if somebody has someone has stabbed you in the back. I don't think so. Okay, let's go. We're going to go to the booklet because if Ron's interpretation doesn't get it, it's usually, we'll find the answers in here. So give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. A woman with long wet hair stares at the haze of the rising sun. Her top is naked, but we can see only her back. Many swords pierce her body, but no bloodshed. She opens her arms and droplets of water fall from her hands. Accepting pain is a way to survive the pain. Not all things burn, but some should. Atonement is about paying the bills, unadulterated, unfiltered, non-negotiated. It is about full and open acceptance of consequences and little more. It is about paying the price. It is about paying the price of others, letting go of all ifs and buts and taking it all in, whether it's ours to take or others to or ours to shoulder. If you have a piece of what puts you at fault, normally you would try to separate it and weigh it evenly with what makes the other at fault. And with what you made is, I'm going to read that again. If you have a piece of what puts you at fault, normally you would try to separate it and weigh it evenly with what makes the other at fault. Sharing the blame, is that what it's trying to say there? And with that, you made it right. Is it about making someone else see the right? Have you made someone else see the error of their ways where you were nervous about? Was it something about the error of someone's ways? Sometimes we need a clean slate, and it is done by going through it all, paying more than it's due to create closure for yourself and others. You take the dark in so that others can stay in the light. You take all of this. You're okay. So that interpretation is you suffer for others then. Is that right? Is that what it is? If my interpretation was wrong, but the book was right, right? Does that make sense? I'll wait for Kate to come back to me, because once we get that card defined, we can kind of plod on from it. I do. You got, well, I see the card, the book got it right. The card knew what it was doing. It wasn't really about my interpretation here. So let me pick a neutral card for you now based off of the present. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. No, right. So are you the person who's been taking on other people's burdens? Are you the person that... Thank you for subscribing. If you can help me with where I've gone right, I'll be able to know which parts of this were right. You are that person. Okay, so let me just reread this again, because if this is one that's nailing it, I need to really understand all of this. Accepting the full burden of responsibility, the fair as well as the unfair, with no discount. So you take it all on, good or bad. Is this like a family thing? Is it more of a family, or is it more a friend thing, or are you just that person all encompassing? Is there a set group that you're like that with, or is it you in general, if that makes sense? Like the mama bear protecting her cubs, or is it just like an all-round version of you? Who the hell is talking about chocolate dippers in the side chat? I do remember them, and they're banging. Okay, we're going to move on to the present, right? I feel like I love how confused I am, but how positive the reading's turning out to be. Totally my family. It gets hard, but feels like it's meant to be. Like, do you find that your suffering does protect and allow the happiness of others? Because I think, you know, I feel like Dan, my partner's a lot like that. Like, she would just be trampled all over if she knew that that trampling was saving someone else from being trampled. Does that make sense? And atonement, okay, the suffering and the acceptance of your suffering for others, it diffuses. Okay, it protects and diffuses. I never thought about that. So it's almost like you're taking it in and diffusing the situation, pacifying the situation. Interesting. The numbers 31 mean anything to you? 31, 3, 1, or 4? I don't know if that means anything. Also, I just want to say the woman in the picture here has basically the same hairdo. So there's that too. But that's interesting. Okay. So let me pull you a card for now, right? The present. Okay. Oh, that one popped. All right. All right, mate. So number 5, the warrior, inner strength, clarity, and presence. All right. Well, listen, like that one kind of speaks for itself. And let's go with the person as well now. One pop. I see it. I can see it. It's popped. There it is. Mischief. Now, when we come to mischief in the crows, do you have a cat by any chance? Are you a cat lady? Because you're either a cat lady or the crows are pecking the cat. So, I mean, that could go either way. Oh my God, both of these are 31s. Like both these cards are 31. How old are you, Kay? How old are you, Kay, if you don't mind me asking? No cats, that's fine. Swear to God. I'm 39 this year. Okay. All right. So anything significant happened 8 years ago? How many days does this month have? 30. Okay. Maybe the numbers don't mean as much. 39 this year. Okay, let's see what they say about mischief, because these cards are great. Okay, so crows and ravens have a penchant for pulling tails, dogs' tails, cats' tails, cows' tails, even other birds' tails. And if it has a tail, a crow will feel compelled to pull on it. It appears that some, It appears that some may be doing this to distract the animal, but other times it is purely just to get a rise out of the creature. Mischief indicates an annoyance, nothing detrimental, but in a situation that causes a bit short-lived grief, you may be the target of someone's delinquency or bad behavior. This card may also include this card may also indicate that you need to add someone innocent. It need to add some innocent mischief or passion to your life. Nah, what we need to focus on is this, but towards the middle. Mischief indicates an annoyance or nothing detrimental, just a situation that causes a bit more short-lived grief. Hello, you may be the target of someone's delinquency or bad behavior. Like, oh my God, you've got 3 crows tattooed on you. Well, there's 3 crows on that card. All right, so 1, 2, 3. There you go. Now, you strike me as a fun kind of person. You know, I imagine you're good banter, and mischief can mean a lot of things, but certainly there was a lot there that resonated with what the first card was symbolizing, which is your ability to kind of take other people's crap, pacify, and diffuse it. I'm not going to count this one as a hit on my records, okay? And when I've got to go to the books and things like that, I'm going to count this as like a half hit. But what did we get? It was atonement, the warrior, and the warrior's inner strength, clarity, and presence. You know, freaking badass. And the number 5, I need some mischief. So interesting. And I'm glad that we got there with this. Oh, hang on a second. Everyone needs to just give me a minute. I need to go make an important phone call. Everyone just stay there for 2 minutes. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
you're still live. I don't think anyone can
Okay.
hear you because I'm muted though. Scoodly-doo-bam. All right, we're back. Discord, I've muted you. I've muted myself and Discord because you guys were chatting. All right, where is Kay? All right, Kay. So how do you feel that went? Right? Like, we had to kind of go to the book, right? So the first card kind of defined what the card sees as damn. Welcome. No problem. I'm glad that all of that is, because that was the one that stumped me, right? Because the what was it I said it was? Anxiety, nervousness. What was it I said? Hang on. I can't remember what I said. I said something. And it was just, I felt it. And I figured I didn't go deep enough into the meaning of that. So that's good though. But at least we got there, and the card knew, even if I get the card wrong, every single time where we've went to the book is what has been spot on. So we'll put that one down as another successful one that included the book. All right, which is 2 out of 2 on that. All right. I completely misread this post, and I misread it 3 times. I'd like to cook from scratch more too. 100%, which is way better than what I originally thought you had said. I'm just saying. Okay, Kay, so we've kind of only talked about who you are, Kay. Do you want me to draw a card based off of what should we draw you a card based off of? Hang on a minute. All right. Does the phrase like patience of a saint mean anything to you? Because I think this is still more about you. You've just asked me what's to come, right? Have you recently accepted or come to terms with something or made peace with something or had a moment where you've had to learn how to be patient? Does the number 2 mean anything with that? Let me know. The coin wanted me to pull that, by the way, so it's got to have. There's got to be something, and it's taking us somewhere. Anything happened yesterday? In fact, okay. Let me know before we continue on with this a little bit. Does that even make any sense? What I just asked you, by the way, was that just the ramblings of a madman? So I'll wait and see if. Because here's another thing: I don't like going on too much until you respond, so that I'm not piling on multiple things that it could be that these people do for me to find something to latch on to. The coin wanted to pull another card, and it was Sage, with the number 2 focused on harmony, acceptance, and patience. And I think that really is more, again, about your character than anything else. I think it's just reaffirming you've got the warrior side, but then there's also this more harmonious, patient, and acceptance side of you. And that's why I said, does the phrase patience of a saint mean anything to you? And did anything happen yesterday? That's I believe what I had said in the first place, but except made in a more palatable, understandable way. And this is still for UK. This is the worst time to go make a cup of tea, Kay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Are you still with us, Kay? Maybe not. That's okay. Report Ron. I feel like I feel like I've got through and come to term with so much now. The last thing off. Damn. Yesterday, you take the last thing off your list, and did that involve acceptance and bring harmony? Because the number 2 would have been the 2nd of April when this event happened. Is that right? And if it is, goddamn. All right. Been stressing, but now the stress has gone. Harmony. Okay. Harmony, acceptance, and patience. The Sage card with the number 2. So that was yesterday. So this is you now. Okay. This is you now in the present. The warrior is you as a general characteristic. Oh, we're getting into this now. We're warming up here, baby. All right. Where else we go? Where else we going to go? Where else we going to go? Where are we going to go? Come on. Really? Really? All right. So, full unit of a nightmare. Yesterday was the first day I felt I could breathe. We're getting somewhere. Right. We're going to dive in on our crow card. The coin wants me to pull an our crow for you. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. Okay. So this, I'm going to basically base this off. You asked me something. What's to come? All right. Okay, pick a number between 1 and 3, K. 1 and 3, please. Number 1, 2, or 3. Crows do speak, and not in like a funny, mystical way. Like in a, why did they not tell us this at high school? Because I'm telling you, people have ran out of the woods in tears because they don't know they're hearing a crow. All right, number 3, resistance. Resistance. There may be a strong wind coming your way. However, you do have the ability to find a path with least resistance. Have you ever seen a crow get thrown by the wind? The bird may be taken off guard, but it finds its balance again. Oh, resistance brings an obstacle and adds friction to a situation. Ideas that once would have sailed into completion might now require some additional work. You may find a project or goal that requires extra step to pass on to another phase. Resistance might manifest itself as a need for approval from an outside influence that takes longer to achieve. When resistance appears in a reading, you are asked to be adaptable and find your path of least resistance. I think that's just channeling into to all now. Is this been a major thing, Kate? Was yesterday like a freaking huge deal? Okay, because I feel like all the cards are wanting you to be totally praised and acknowledged for whatever the hell went on yesterday, or whatever this year's been, whatever it is. They want you to know that this is major for you. That's my interpretation, because they're just going on and on and on about the same thing. Okay. Sweet. Well, the coin says yes to are we done? And I feel like what you've got is confirmation of just how major yesterday was and how who you are, the things that define you, what you've been for your whole life, this figure who diffuses, who absorbs, who stands in the way of everyone else suffering, your resistance, all of it. Whatever the hell is going on here wants you to know how epic and massive that was. And we've ended on your resistance. We had the 3 crows and mischief that related to maybe more just an acknowledgement of your tattoos than anything. But I think what we've got to hear is how major your journey's been and how much the other side wants you to be acknowledged for that. Maybe, is that right? Hang on. What do you feel about that, Kay? Wait. You don't feel like... Is this the first time you've ever really acknowledged and taken a step back and been like, I did it? Have you ever allowed yourself to just not be happy? Have you ever allowed yourself to just exist? Like, be still? Does that make any sense? Like, you've... Yes. Okay, well, listen. You are being acknowledged majorly. If you ever doubted that whatever happened yesterday was the right decision, girl, it was the right decision. Okay? Because these cards have only ranted about you and now and how big deal yesterday was. Okay? We needed to set the stage with the fact that you take atonement for the people around you. We had that reinforced with the warrior that defines you long term. We had the mischief card, which basically talks about the crows and how they are able to take on board the troubles they cause, even if it's themselves or someone else. Then we've went into resistance with the... Also, where the hell did the sage, the number 2, which was where I got the feeling from yesterday. Harmony, acceptance, patience, all that stuff. I focused on what's to come. Resistance is what's to come. Resistance to everything that you set the boundaries to yesterday. Ow! How does that sound? Did we nail it? Did we get it? Uh-huh. Sorry, I get awfully excited. This stuff blows my mind. This blows my mind. I'm going to give myself a half point on this one, okay? A half point. Eric, we're having our bang on, Ron. All right. Kay. Honestly, I think... That's wild, man. Like, let's see, here's the thing. Now I go into this evaluation stage, right? So it was a bit hit or miss on this one, right? There's the number 2 and yesterday, there's no way I could have known that. There's just no way I could have known that. Warrior, it's a very... And everyone wants to think themselves as a warrior. It's a very... One of those cards where it's like, hey, you're a warrior. And everyone's like, yeah, yeah. Do you see what I mean? So I'm not going to count that one. 3 crows, tattoo, we'll take that. Not really that exciting. Also, 31 came up twice. Pay attention for 3, 1, 31, 31, and 31. I don't know why, but just keep an eye out for that. And then resistance is what you wanted to know about now. Huh. Okay, yeah, that all right. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was good. I'm good. I'm glad that wasn't another like childhood trauma one. Maybe it was, and we just managed to body swerve it. I don't know. Hopefully not. But man, we're going in hot. That's what we're doing. We're going back in here. Right. There's somebody, because the same card just popped twice. So there's somebody else that's needing one of these. Also, Kay, thank you so much for doing that. For letting me do that. Honestly, thank you so much. Now, Ron. Oh no, I've got doing readings even if I agree. Is Ron still doing readings even if I agree with the? Oh, listen, Ron is going to add you to the pile. I'll take note. See, Ron is still at the stage where he's so excited that maybe when the cards are popping, there's something flashing in my head that I'm missing because I'm fanboying out over my own freaking moment here. Does that make sense? So that's an interesting one. Any popping for me? I've never thought about assessing what pops in, because honestly, man, this whole, you've no idea how rapid all this is. Like, magic just needs to slow down. Okay. Like, just slow down. Instead of being a third of a second of a thought, stretch it out. You know what I mean? Like 2-3 minutes. Like, give me the freaking full director's cut of this. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Oh, also, you looked like the lady in the first card as well. That was another thing. But like the hair, spot on. So interesting, man. It's so interesting. You know, I love it when I get the card wrong and then the book gets it so right. It's just so interesting. Okay, so I'm going to go back into this pile here of wonderful people. Yeah, all right, Celtic Knot. Let's do this. Let's fucking dance. Let's dance. So the amount of readings that I've done like this, I've done 5 successful readings through full interpretation. And then I've done maybe 4 or 5 where I've just used the books, right? And I've maybe done 2 or 3 where it's a combination of the two, and everything's been spot on. Which is kind of wild, right? But I only count the ones where I'm tapping into people's feelings and intuitions in my big group of successes. All right, Celtic Knot. All I know about you is your name and the face that is on here. We've never really spoken. If you can confirm that, that would be wonderful. Oh, hang on a second. Celtic Knot, did you come on and speak to us at the beginning of the show? I feel like I know all this. I feel like I'm remembering all the stuff that you said on the show earlier. Were you the? Was it some? What was it? In fact, no. Don't tell me. If I can't remember, don't tell me. What the hell was it? I can't remember. So that's good. So that's fine. Anyway, it's fine. Actually, let me get the camera on. Kelly, no, would you mind if we don't do this online? Could we do this offline? Would you mind? I'm very, very aware that my brain heard a lot of information about you earlier. And I feel like I might be cheating a little bit. So I'd quite like to try something different with you. If you wouldn't mind. Because I don't want to, because I'm already half of my brain's trying to remember what you said earlier. No, it's not my first reading today, Alma. I will pull your card, though. I will pull your card. It's not you being honest that's the problem, right? You being honest isn't the problem. The problem is my brain fixating on trying to remember what you said whilst I'm trying to do this reading. Does that make sense? And I don't want to do a reading where I say something and then we watch it back and I've repeated something you've said. Does that make sense? But there's something else I'd like to try that I'm learning that I would like to try with you, but I'd like to do it offline. Because when it comes to doing the most absolutely unorthodox way of trying to tap into people, I want to make it as hard as I possibly can for myself. So respectfully, we'll do something offline. And I'll tell you something else. No, I'll still pull your card. I'll still pull your card. We'll still pull a card. We'll pull one of these ones. Yeah, thanks, Marumali. Thank you. Oh, there we go. All right. So we have pulled the Serpent, number 32, Yellow Flowers, Rebirth, Unconventionality, and Nonconformity. I mean, I think we're just tapping into the individual side of you. The rebirth side, because if this is an all-encompassing single card, and we've got 3 words, rebirth, I'm pretty sure you talked about a moment earlier. Did you say you were 8? Is there something when you, I can't remember. Somebody, maybe it wasn't you. Unconventionality. I would consider myself pretty unconventional, so I imagine you possibly consider yourself a bit unconventional. It's a bit of a freaking easy one to kind of pop in there. Nonconformity. The number 3, the number 2, 2 separate things, 2 things that split and became apart, and then 3 things that became one. Does that make anything to you? That's all. Does that mean anything? If it doesn't, we'll go to the book. But I think this is just a base card for yourself. So the 2 represents the splitting of you. You have 3 kids that all came together. Rebirth. Yeah, the Phoenix. Was that anyway? There's something about. There was something. I can't remember anything you said, but there's little bits of it that are coming back. Okay, so we've got the 3 kids. We've got the separation and the 2. Could I have known that about your husband and you? And the 3 kids. Did you mention you had 3 kids? Did you mention you were divorced? Because that I'll count as a hit. The separation of the 2, and that was the interpretation of these 2 sticks being separated, and then these 3 flowers all being brought together. Right? No. Wait. What we knowing at? Help me out here. Oh, you never. Okay, no, you never mentioned it. No, Ron, the answer to the question you asked, you freaking. So yeah, wow. That is cool, man. Not that you got divorced. Not, your pain is not cool. That's wild, man. I tell you what, that is fully Asria's advice when it comes to the cards. Interpreting things that you see and saying it. Interesting. Let's pull another one. Yeah, let's pull another one. Actually, is this the one? This one. Is this the one? Are we done? Right. So what are you trying to tell me? Is it still in this card? Oh. Who's the snake? Was your separation due to betrayal? Because apparently there's more to interpret from this card according to the coin. And the only thing that's left is this serpent. Did the serpent cause the split? Was it his fault? Snake. Okay. All right. So yeah, he caused the split. He abused you. Okay. Was there choking? Like, was there a moment that caused the split to happen that involved choking? In fact, did something happen with choking that defined the whole separation? Because choking out was the reason I left. Dude. Right. Dude. So I wanted to continue. I flipped the coin and asked on every single deck. I asked, should I continue? Yes. Should it be this deck? No. Should it be this deck? No. Should it be this deck? No. Is it in the original card? Yes. And the only thing that was left was this bloody snake that caused the split and this choking of the snake going through the mouth, which was like the choking. What? One card. That's a hit. Okay. 6 out of 6 on that. All right. Damn, this coin is freaking mad. It's mad. All right. Well, thank you for playing. What the hell is happening this week, Celtic Knot? And again, also as well, I apologize for getting very excited over you opening up about the horribleness of your situation. I need to learn to not fanboy out so hard. So I don't mean any disrespect. Did we talk? No, we did talk about the numbers. Yeah, we talked about them. Okay, I think that's everything in this card, man. Two out of the three roses are facing the choking as well. And that's just going off of what you've said about your sons were right next to you. So that's another little thing that there's no way I could have interpreted that or known that, right? But knowing that, that's another little, that's wild, man. All right. Well, listen, is everyone having a nice time? Okay. Cause Ron's just going to keep going, man, until something devastating is tapped into that makes me be like, that's enough internet. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to bed. We're doing, man. We're doing good. We're doing good here. Okay. So also thank you very much, Celtic Knot, for letting me do that. Like and share, please. Can we get some Sherry McSharingtons? That would be great. And again, also thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you all for sharing your talents with us. Indiana Famgirl, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. I must have missed that. Celtic Knot, thank you so much for taking part. Wow. Okay. Okay, so I'm just adding everybody. If anybody would like a reading, type I would like a reading, and I'll add you to my list. And I just sort of look at the list and gravitate towards someone. That sounds like the biggest cop out ever, but genuinely, that's how I've been doing this, and I don't want to mess up the algorithm. You know. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Celtic Knot. Thank you. And Vishnu, thank you as well. I appreciate you saying that. That one there, that one there, that one there. Oh, wow, it's a freaking I want a reading frenzy. Okay, I think I've got you guys. Yesterday was my birthday. I was wondering if you could do a reading, please, pretty please. Okay, well, maybe because it was your birthday. All right. So I've got, all right. So I've got a little batch here, and where's the coin? Here it is. Okay. All right. All right. Grace Twinkle Toes, are you still in the live stream? Let me know if you're still here, Grace. Let me know if you're still here. Yes, Ron. My G. Okay, Grace. I don't even have a picture to go off here, Grace. You and I have never spoken before. You can confirm that, right? You're welcome, GC. You are very welcome. No, never. My G. Okay. Here we go. So again, thank you, Lauren. Oh, hang on a second. All right. So bear with me. Now, I don't want anyone stressing out, but Gracie, I'm going to have to do this with you another night. I'm really sorry to everybody. But I need to end the stream there. I'm so sorry, everyone. If you guys want to join the Discord, right? I'm more than happy to finish this off, Gracie. Either this week or next week or on Discord. If anybody would like to come and join me over there, we can have a little play around. But thank you all for being here, man. Like, this has been an absolute banger of a night. We've really like, I love doing this with you guys, and I'll come and chat with everybody on Discord for a little while. Apologies for just ending abruptly. Make sure you guys like, make sure you guys subscribe, make sure you guys share, and we'll see you all in the next one. And I just want to say how much I appreciate all of you, because this is a journey we're all on. And this isn't a Ron thing. This is, everyone can do this, right? Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. So listen, love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.